people know as USDA SARE. All 3 state representatives from SARE are involved in this conference and are looking forward to continue to work together again to hopefully bring a 2022 conference, tri-state conference, where we can all be in person and have a greater variety and more in-depth presentations for you. And so one of the things that I will request from you as attendees, if you you will get an email at the end of this conference, and we will also put a link in the chat box, but we have a brief evaluation. And the more information you can give us through that evaluation, the more it will help us to plan for future events. So we really do pay attention to those, and we appreciate your feedback on information that can help us put together programs that really meet your needs. And so look for that here in a little while as well. I do have to mention that Eric Riker, I am sorry, Eric, I always say your last name wrong. But Eric is the extension educator in Fulton County with Ohio State University Extension. And he was the kind of the thing that got this moving. He reached out to me months ago and we started talking. And Eric, anything you want to share this morning? I see.
No, appreciate everybody's contribution to the effort, and just trying to address some direct marketing questions and questions about CSA marketing here locally in Northwest Ohio. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Eric. I appreciate that. So a couple of housekeeping things. Of course, as attendees, you are all on mute, and we will maintain that as our presentations move forward. At the bottom of your screen here, you should be able to see a little chat function. And so if you have questions during a presentation, you can just click on that little chat box and type your question in there, and we'll have folks monitoring that and get as many of your questions answered throughout the day as we can. At the end of presentations, if there is time, we will allow you to unmute yourself. So to unmute yourself, on the bottom left-hand side of your screen, there's a little thing that looks like a microphone. And so you should be able to click on that and unmute yourself to ask questions directly of our presenters. And then finally, at the end of the day, we will have some time for just general questions about any of the presentations that you heard today. And so we'll encourage you to ask, again, those questions either through the chat box or to unmute yourself and ask those questions that you have. We have some excellent presenters here today. I encourage you, if you have questions for them, don't miss the opportunity to get those answered. So again, use that chat function, or as time permits, unmute yourself and ask the questions that you have. One note on the agenda today, again, as COVID has taught us to be flexible as things can change daily. Unfortunately, Peggy Hall, who would do the second breakout session at 9:30 on implied warranty, is not able to be with us today. Don't fear, we will get a recording of that presentation and email you the link to that information just as soon as we can. So we apologize for that, but we will get that information out to you just as soon as we possibly can. So with that, as you see, I think you should all have received a copy of the agenda. And so what we will do this morning at 8:45, or here just in a few minutes, we will break out into 2 breakout sessions. The first session would be starting a CSA, and we will hear from Mandy, who will be introduced to you as you go into that breakout session. Session B would be how scaling up your CSA, and in that session we will hear from Ben Jackle of Mile Creek Farm. Mandy's Way's farm is Way Farms, so I'm sorry I forgot to mention that. And so we'll do those 2 breakout sessions, And then we will come back together again, since Peggy's unable to join us. There will be one session from 9:30 to 10:15. And then, of course, our keynote session, which we're excited to have Dan and Julie Perkins of Perkins Good Earth Farm to be our keynote presenters today. So I think you're going to learn lots of great information, and we look forward to hearing what they have to say.
My name is Amy Stone. I'm going to be moderating the session this morning. I'm an extension educator in agriculture and natural resources in Lucas County in Northwest Ohio. Toledo is our county seat. And I have the privilege this morning of introducing our speaker, Mandy Way of Way Farms. She and her husband own a family farm. It was established in 2003 with the goal of providing fresh, accessible produce at a reasonably priced cost to the Southern Ohio community. The farm first began with only 3 acres of sweet corn and quickly grew. Now the farm is comprised of 70 acres and a ton of fresh produce all season. We farm through succession plantings with a wide variety of crops, and currently are farming and selling our fresh produce year round. So Mandy is going to talk to us this morning on community-supported agriculture and challenges for connections with consumers. So I'll turn it over to you, Mandy.
Right. Thank you so much, Amy. Good morning, everybody, and thanks for joining us on this early morning to talk about community-supported agriculture. And I don't want to mislead anyone with the title of my presentation. When I'm saying challenges for connections with consumers, it's not always a negative thing, but we started a CSA program on our farm this will go into our 3rd season for 2022. And there were certainly some things that we learned that worked with our consumers and things that didn't. And I should point out, my farm is located in Waverly, Ohio. So I'm about 1 hour approximately south of Columbus. So if for anybody not familiar with this area, we are extremely rural. A lot of our counties are some of the poorest in the state. So there were certainly some challenges when we talk about connecting with customers electronically, price points for our community-supported agriculture, what's affordable for this rural area. So we'll definitely get into all of that in our discussions here today. But I did want to give you guys a little background of my farm. As Amy mentioned, we started in 2003. And it was literally just 3 acres of sweet corn. And it was kind of a test in 2003. We knew that there were some family legacy farms in our area, but they were mainly row crop farmers. And as far as fresh produce, people were having to travel at least a half hour, 45 minutes to larger communities to get fresh produce. So we knew it was a need in our community. And so we just kind of wanted to test the waters. And sweet corn, tomatoes, potatoes, green beans were kind of the staples of our market for years. And it did take some time to connect with consumers, to get them to try new vegetables that maybe they had never seen or even heard of before. Kohlrabi was definitely a vegetable that took some time to get people to try, but we wanted to be there as an educational piece, as well as providing fresh, affordable produce for the community. So we have grown. In the past year, I purchased another farm. So we're now up to about 100 acres of fresh produce. And then we also do diversification with row crops, pollinator strips, cover crops, just trying to keep our acreage as healthy as possible. So again, our markets are all across Southern Ohio. We only have one full-time market that we operate here in Waverly, and then I participate in 3 community markets in Chillicothe and 1 community farmers market just south on the Ohio River in Portsmouth. So we start our season. I create a variety of hanging baskets and planters. Again, trying to connect with consumers on multiple levels to keep relevant, to stay aware of what's going on, because we found out originally when we started, we were only really farming June through August. And then you take all these months off and it was hard to connect with consumers. So again, season extension, and then this is where a CSA came into play, trying to connect with our consumers year round as much as we could. We start all of our vegetables from seed in our greenhouse for transplant in the field, with the exception of sweet corn and green beans. Those are direct seeded. So we start every single thing that we plant and raise for final production, just so we have total control of quality and presentation from start to finish. About 7 years ago, we started utilizing high tunnels for the production of some of our tomatoes, bell peppers, and eggplant. And this is just a view in one of the tunnels. And now we have 4 high tunnels and 3 caterpillar tunnels that we use for the production of our tomatoes and bell peppers. And then we utilize plasticulture with drip tape for the majority of our row crop or crops out in the field, such as the beets, kohlrabi, broccoli, cabbage. We started doing with onions on them. So plastic has really helped us out get higher quality produce and get it a little bit earlier and keep it a little bit later in the season as well. Sweet corn is the bulk of our produce. We raise about 35 to 40 acres of sweet corn in succession plantings. We utilize what's called low tunnels. So we actually plant our sweet corn in late March to early April, utilize the low tunnels, and we usually start picking our sweet corn at the end of June. We do pick every single thing on our farm by hand. So we do use some conveyor belts to help get it to wagons to put in bins, but everything is hand harvested on Way Farms. We also raise about 6 acres of pumpkins, mostly for direct retail sales. We do have a few small wholesale contracts, but I'd say 90% of our business is direct to consumer on our farm, on our markets, or community farm markets. We also purchase Ohio raised Christmas trees, and that's something that we do the week of Thanksgiving and just a couple weeks into December. So again, pretty much going year round with marketing or our CSAs. Something we started to, this is our second year. We started utilizing our high tunnels for green productions, mostly lettuce, kale, spinach, Swiss chard. We did do some turnips, parsnips, and carrots, but we just started doing that, and that has really diversified our CSA. And we were shocked at how easy it really was to do, because the high tunnel creates this perfect climate to add these greens, and people were very appreciative to have fresh greens in the winter months instead of buying what was in their local grocery store. So just to give you a little background, our CSA model, I will say one of the things that we found as a challenge to connect with consumers, the very first thing was calling it a CSA. In our industry and as farmers and producers, we understand what community supported agriculture means. And we tried to tell our customers, basically what you're doing is investing in our farm, giving us that early startup money to be able to produce things year round and provide you with quality produce. And it really didn't connect with a lot of individuals. So we started calling ours a market share membership. You're getting a share of what we are producing for our customers. So we started with a online ordering system, and the company was Local Food Marketplace. As many of you, if you haven't started a CSA or are thinking about it, if you research online ordering system for a CSA model, you're probably quickly realizing there are several choices out there. And most of them, I will say, are around the same price point. And we found that the Local Food Marketplace, what we appreciated about it was that we were able to set up multiple distribution points. So several communities, customers could choose where they picked up their produce, and you could also customize your CSA products. So what we did is our very first year, we allowed customers to choose what went into their weekly box. Some CSAs pick items for you, but we wanted customers to get exactly what they wanted when they wanted it to minimize food waste. That's something that I didn't want to just, because I had a lot of eggplant that week, I didn't want to put that in the box. And, you could put a recipe in there that did help some consumers try new produce. But for the most part, customers told us they wanted to choose what they received each week. For promotion, we had the ordering site on all social media, which was our number one way to connect with our customers. We also had a link on our personal farm website. And then we did like little postcards and rack cards that we would distribute at community farmers markets. We chose to place the CSA funds on a plastic reusable, reloadable gift card. And the reason we did that is, again, as I said in my introduction, we are in an extremely rural area. Most homes do not have home internet connection. So that was a second challenge for us, is how do you have customers order online only if they don't have access to internet? So we allowed customers that would come to our market, we'd tell them about our program, and they were able to stop at our farm market, place an order for next day pickup, and we could swipe their gift card in person at pickup. While that is a risk, I will say there are times that you would get people who would place an order in person, you'd package it up, specifically harvest this just for that customer, and they didn't show up. So it was kind of a downside of accepting payments in person and not having them prepay for their CSA pickup. But again, since I had a market, the food didn't go to waste. If they didn't show up, we were able to sell the produce to someone else. So something to consider is, if you're doing an online ordering system only, be cognizant of the fact that not all of your customers may have access to the internet to do the online ordering system. We, as I stated earlier, we allowed customers to custom order the products that went in their box, or I also did 2 prepackaged box options, and I put them at 2 price points. So I said for 1 to 2 people, we were at a $15 to $20 box of just seasonal produce. And then for a family of 4, it was about $30 to $40 a week. And customers could they could either custom order or they could do these prepackaged boxes. As many of you know, with the rise in popularity of home delivery food services like HelloFresh, Misfit Market, I was shocked to find, while I thought people wanted to custom order what they got in their boxes, the prepackaged boxes outsold all the other options. When I interviewed my customers to ask them, hey, I noticed that you used to custom order your products and now you're wanting prepackaged boxes. And most of them said, I have so many things in my life that I have to choose. It was nice just to be able to order and have someone decide for me what was going to be in that box. So, if you're starting a CSA or thinking about it, maybe give the prepackaged boxes with the seasonal produce or items a go first. That way you're what's going to be in there. You're monitoring your produce availability, so you're knowing what you're going to have. And if it needs to change, we'll talk about some other pros and cons of CSA here in just a minute, but if something looks like it's not going to make it for that week, you won't include it in the box. So I found the prepackaged boxes were more popular with our customers and also gave us more control of what we were harvesting for the week. So it was better time management with myself and my staff. Another perk we did with our CSA model is I partnered with Eat With What You Have. It's a recipe database that you can purchase. And again, it's called Cook With What You Have. Cook With What You Have. And what you do is you tell them, hey, I want to open this recipe database for X amount of customers. So I said, let's start with 50 customers. So you kind of use it as an incentive or a perk and say, hey, the first 50 customers, you have access to this recipe database. And what it does is you put in what products you have or what produce, spices, meat, and it will give you recipes based on that. And I had a lot of positive feedback from customers about that, which allowed them to try new products or a different take on a eggplant that they liked for years. So again, that's our CSA model. Funds were on a gift card, use it online or in person, and they could custom order or prepackaged.
Mandy.
Yes.
Mandy, I'm Eric Rieger with OSU Extension. I'm trying to monitor chat. I have two questions that I think might be fitting. Actually, a third one of mine from the last slide. Say again what you used instead of CSA. What did you tell your customers? That was one of the questions.
Okay, what we used was the title Market Share Membership.
Market share membership.
Now that term membership really made them feel exclusive. They were kind of like an insider to our farm. And something with that membership, we gave them a slight discount on the price of our produce, which wasn't much. It was like a 10% discount, but people felt like, wow, not only am I a member of this farm, but they're giving me a discount for being a member. So market share membership is what we used instead of CSA.
Okay, awesome. Market share membership. A question from the previous page or several pictures was, can you tell us more about your high tunnel structure, such as what type of structure or brand you would recommend?
Okay, so on the screen now, you're seeing the tunnel that has the lettuce and greens. We source the larger high tunnels that you see there from Greyhawk Greenhouse. They're in Northern Ohio and competitively priced. They can literally get every component as far as the structure, the plastic, the fans, the heating units, and everything. I will say, like everything, I think we all can relate to material price increases. When we bought our first high tunnel 8 years ago, a complete system was looking about $12,000 to $15,000, and now they have I'd say anywhere between $20,000 to $23,000 now for the same exact thing. And I know their lead time at this point is about 2 months out. So Greyhawk Greenhouse is who we use for our large tunnels. The tunnel that you see here, this is not a photo of the entire length of it, but it is 100-foot long and about 30-foot wide. I also use Caterpillar tunnels, which are a Gothic style. Those are from Farmer's Friend down in Tennessee. And I recommend that size of structure. They're about 16 foot tall at the peak, about 16 foot wide. And then we use models that are 100 foot long or 50 feet long. And I like the height of the Gothic style better because it's less to heat, unless you're doing tall crops in the summer, like the tomatoes, or you want to use trellis systems for your green beans, cucumbers, and vining crops. But if you're just growing direct in the ground like we do with the greens, tomatoes, peppers, you really don't need the excess height of the tunnel like you're seeing on your screen. So Greyhawk Greenhouse and Farmer's Friend are where we get our tunnels.
And a follow-up related, describe the low tunnel used for starting corn.
And I apologize that I didn't put a picture on this. So we have a machine that's called a tunnel layer that literally puts a metal hoop in the ground and lays a low plastic tunnel over it at the same time. The tunnels are only approximately 2.5 feet tall off the ground. So essentially it's creating a long miniature greenhouse over each individual row of a crop. And it gets you early frost protection, keeps the soil nice and warm, helps with weed suppression if you're using that plastic row cover and drip tape as well. And yeah, we use mechanical transplanter as well as a Buckeye tractor here in Ohio, they have several different machines, but if you look up a tunnel layer, it's a machine that puts a metal, bends a hoop, puts it in the ground and covers it with plastic at the same time. And again, we do it for season extension so that we're getting sweet corn about 2 weeks earlier than our competitors here in the area.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we have a question about labor, but you may cover that yet. So I'm gonna hold that question and let you move forward in the interest of time.
Absolutely. So custom ordering CSA. I listed some of the pros and cons I have experienced over the past 3 years of doing this market share membership, as we call it at Way Farms. The pros are definitely customers order exactly what they want. As I stated earlier, food waste is something that I try to minimize as much as possible. So we wanted folks to get what they wanted. And it was less prep work on our end. We didn't want to harvest a lot of excess produce if it wasn't needed for either the market share membership orders or directly for our market. And this is where I'll cover the labor. We have used for the past 17 years, we relied on local, high school kids. I have some teachers that during the summer, they just want a seasonal job, but most people want to work our markets. They don't want to do the farm labor aspect. And it's getting harder and harder, as I'm sure any virtual conference you do or any farmer you talk to, any business right now, labor is our number one issue. So for the first time this year, we did utilize migrant laborer. We worked with Great Lakes Ag Labor out of Michigan. They have a wonderful partnership with, if you're an Ohio Farm Bureau member, they can work with you to do a contract here in the state of Ohio. And we utilized 3 migrant laborers this year. They're all from Mexico, but you can recruit from several different areas across the country. But that has saved us a lot of labor. You do pay a higher hourly wage, but the return on investment is, there's no comparison. They outwork everybody. It's a great program. So we do use migrant labor for our farm labor, and then just recruitment from local high school kids for our markets. So if anybody has any other questions about that, we can talk more at the end of this, or I will have my contact information at the end of this presentation. And please don't hesitate to reach out to me about the labor questions. CSAs give you early season revenue when funds are tight. I know for myself, you're writing all those checks for the seed and the fertilizer and all of the materials to produce these crops, but there's not a lot of revenue coming in. And that's where a CSA can help offset some of those costs, because we put at 2 price points for our CSA. We had a $100 price point, and we found that was enough for about 3 months of a single member, just one person. And then we had a $350 price point, and that was usually good for about 3 to 4 months for a family of 4. They could always add more money since our funds were on a gift card. They could pay via credit card or PayPal on our online store, or they stop by our farm market and say, I'd like to put $100 more on my gift card so I can buy some more produce for my membership. So I do recommend several price points to make it look a little bit more affordable. We also did take installment plans. So that $100, we allowed them to pay over the course of 2 months in 4 installments, which people did say they appreciated being able to pay over time instead of just coming up with that money all at once. Another pro for us was we formed new and stronger partnerships with local producers. So we raise all of the vegetable side of our CSA, but we knew consumers wanted meat, they wanted eggs, they wanted some other value added products. So we formed partnerships with farms in our own county or neighboring counties. I know every single one of these producers. So I'm not just searching the internet and, finding someone that makes jams and jellies and saying, hey, I'd like to sell your products. These are people that I personally know. So we were able to diversify our market share membership and offer meat, eggs, locally roasted coffee. We do spices and rubs, jams, jellies, soy candles. I mean, we tried to offer a lot of different things. And we found that the more we diversified, the more members that we received for our membership. So with the pros of CSAs, there's definitely some cons. I mentioned that we allowed customers to choose what were in their boxes each week. And we found customers were often overwhelmed because they just felt there were too many choices. Any given week in the peak of summer, I might have 50 different vegetables that they could choose from, on top of the value added products such as the meat and the eggs and the coffees. And people just said the product list would get close to 100 different options. And they just felt like it was way too much. So keep that in mind, that if there's a way to categorize just one button for coffee, instead of listing all the coffee flavors, don't make it too overwhelming for your customers. Also, working with other producers can be extremely challenging. There were times that a meat vendor at the beginning of the ordering period would tell me, this is what I will have available this week. So I'd put it on my website. And then when I called them with the order list of what I needed, oh, I'm so sorry, I sold out of the ground beef this week because I had a lot of orders through my own store. So just know that when you work with other producers, it can be challenging because there's going to be supply and demand issues. But communication with your customers as well as your producers is critical. I would just call a customer and say, I'm so sorry, I can substitute this, or I'll refund you, or we can get it for you next week. And as long as I communicated with the customer or producer, the constant communication can be a con because it is a full-time role in and of itself. But I found that communication could be a pro and a con. As farmers, we always have weather as our challenge. So you can plant all of the produce that you want and think that you're going to have a crop, and then it floods, or there's a freeze that comes out of nowhere and you lose a crop. So weather will definitely play a role into what you can offer your customers for their CSA. And for us, it's often difficult to recruit new customers because we're such a small community, and most of them were already customers of ours to begin with at our in-person market, that a lot of them like, well, I already shop here. Why would I join a CSA? I already pick out what I want every week. And again, not all of them are on social media or online. So we could do email blasts talking about our program, but most of them were like, I'm already a customer. So it was difficult for us to recruit new customers, especially this last year, which shocked me because I thought COVID, a lot of people didn't want to go into the stores. They wanted to shop local and, be outside at farmers markets buying things. But this year it felt like the world slowly reopening, and folks wanted to come in person and pick out things themselves instead of having the farmer pick the produce for them. So just something we found was difficult. So our experience so far, as I kind of said, we abandoned the term CSA. It's so hard to explain to customers what community supported agriculture is. You can give them a definition, but they really were just like, okay, so I'm supporting the community. And I was like, well, no, you're supporting our farm and in turn supporting the community as a whole. So again, that's why we went to a market share membership. We just wanted to make them feel like it's a special, exclusive club that you're joining and you're supporting us at the same time. We found prepackaged boxes without the customer choice were more successful, but definitely you as the producer know your customers the best. And if you're not doing farm markets yet, you still know your customers in your community. So you can kind of get an idea of what they're going to want. Do you allow them to choose? Do you do prepackaged? Communication with other vendors and local producers is very time consuming, but required. As farmers, we wear multiple hats, and for a long time, it was just my husband and I running the farm, and we might have 2 to 3 employees. We have now grown to about 20 employees, with 3 of them being full-time, in addition to my husband and I. So the CSA can be its own job of itself. So just make sure you have the time to set aside without sacrificing other areas of not only your work life, but your personal life, to put these boxes together, to communicate with the local producers, to communicate with customers. And then last but not least, I'm sure for those of us in this presentation that have attended farmers markets, it's difficult sometimes for customers to have realistic expectations of what products will be available. My sweet corn season ended 2 weeks ago, but I'm still getting customers like, hey, next month, in addition to your salad greens, are you going to have sweet corn and tomatoes? And I'm like, no, we will not. And they're like, oh, well, I saw them in the grocery store. And that's when you get the whole like locally grown and versus, imported goods. So just make sure you're in constant contact with your customers. I give my customers at the beginning of the season a chart that kind of gives them an expectation of what produce is available in what months, just so that there's not unrealistic expectations of what I'm going to have. I don't want disappointed customers thinking, hey, in addition to my salad mix in January, I'm going to get a nice red tomato on the side, or a bell pepper, because it's not going to happen on my CSA. So that's on me to make sure I communicate to my customers. So that's kind of where we are when we started our CSA, challenges we've had. And the rewarding side of it is that you do have the potential to meet new customers or expand your relationship with customers as well. You just have to know how to communicate with your customers as effectively as possible. And it may not be your traditional online model. It may be going to your local health fairs, or going to your local extension office or health district and saying, here's about my program. Can you hand this out to people? Putting your farm flyer in your local clinic or doctor's office. There's ways that we can connect with our consumers, but it definitely is a lot of work, and you just have to make sure you're up for that additional time commitment. So here's my contact information. If you're down in Southern Ohio, like I said, we're about an hour south of Columbus. We'd love to have you visit our farm. That is my personal cell phone number. Feel free to call, text, my email, and my website as well. So I appreciate everyone's time, and I think we're going to learn a lot from each other today.
Thank you so much, Mandy. That was really insightful, and we really appreciate you sharing your own practices and your own story.
Thank you.
Eric, let's see. How are we on questions?
I don't see any new questions in the chat. And oh, yes, one just came in from Robin. Are you able to accept SNAP benefits through your CSA? And Mandy, I don't know if at a time of questions here, it's possible to turn your video on. That's up to you.
Yes, absolutely.
And participants, if you would inform me if we're having bandwidth issues, then we will ask Mandy to turn video off, because that makes a better audio experience for everybody. But thanks for the video, Mandy, and like Amy said, awesome presentation. The question in chat is, are you able to accept SNAP benefits through your CSA?
So yes, we are, but not directly through the online platform at this point. Ohio is in a trial program in the next couple of years to be able to get capabilities to add SNAP benefits for all online platforms. So we only have a special terminal, credit card terminal, basically, that we can use at our in-person markets. But what we allow customers to do is if they contact us and say, hey, I have SNAP benefits or the WIC farmers market coupons, or in our area, we have senior nutrition farmers market paper coupons. We allow them to use a promo code that they at their checkout where they put SNAP. And so what that does is tells us, hey, when they come to pick up their orders, we have to actually physically swipe their SNAP or Ohio direction card or accept the coupons in person. Again, it's a risk that, okay, I'm going to harvest all this stuff and pick the produce and they don't show up, but we've never had that happen with a SNAP, WIC, or senior nutrition coupon recipient. So we use a promo code, which you can set up in your website. And it was either SNAP, if it's a Ohio Direction SNAP EBT card, WIC, WIC, if it's a WIC farmers market coupon, or we just made it senior, if it was a senior nutrition coupon. So what that does is it takes their shopping cart balance down to zero so that they're not having to put input payment for the checkout. And then again, we're swiping their card or accepting the coupon in person when they pick up their order.
Personal question from me, Mandy. Do you use Venmo or platforms like apps like Venmo for payment?
We do. PayPal is the most popular in our area for people to send payment or money. But yes, we do use Venmo as well. And it's becoming more popular. I'll say that because people just want to say, this is what I'm ordering. Boom, there's my money. And as a farmer, I don't mind getting direct payment and knowing, hey, this customer really wants this stuff, especially when you start adding meat or high ticket items to your orders. It's not uncommon to have an order over $100. And it's nice to know, hey, it's paid for. And there's not a risk of this customer not paying for all of these goods that are kind of a high ticket item. So yes, I do recommend it. Things like PayPal and Venmo, they're bank verified. So consumers are they feel a little bit more secure paying online, knowing that, hey, there's a fraud protection if anything happens versus just putting their credit card information on my website. I can see where there's some hesitancy for that.
Thank you for the answer on those questions. Two more questions in chat, two different topics. From Jessica, how do you gain feedback from your customers? Is it simply asking them when they pick up their boxes or an email survey?
So we do both, but I will tell you that we use MailChimp as our online newsletter to send out. And these are people on our website. As soon as they visit our website, anybody, it pops up instantly with a window that says, hey, we have a newsletter. Please put your email. And we just send out a survey at the end of the year. We usually just do the end of the year. I'm thinking I may start doing quarterly. So for some feedback in the season. But a lot of our feedback actually comes at order pickup, where they're just talking to us about, hey, I really liked this product, or, hey, I wish you would carry this. So we do use an email blast in our newsletter. I do a monthly newsletter that just shows people hey, we just planted this entire tunnel of this, or next month we're going to have this product. It's more of a newsletter for that, but there is surveys and questionnaires in those. But I do find in our rural area, the in-person interaction at farmers markets or my own market is where I get most of my feedback.
Question from Mary Jo. Oh, and I might add some things to this. What does a box for one look like as a quantity, a number of vegetables, variety of vegetables?
Okay.
Yeah.
So we put a $10 to $15 kind of price point on that one person box. It's hard to see in the background of my slide here, but that might have a small head of broccoli, a bunch of radish, 2 zucchini, a cucumber, and then, maybe 1 bell pepper. We try to keep it smaller portions of the same items to make it minimize waste or we have one of the largest retirement communities in our area. So that's why we went to a smaller box option, because at our farm market, they'll come in, I want 1 tomato, 1 ear of corn. Is there a way that you have half an onion? You know, they just don't like waste. And this box, so again, it's about a $10 price point. And yeah, we just go on price points and smaller quantities for that $10 box. Yeah, it won't have meat in it. That meat price point, you know, it's hard. That usually puts it up to like a $20 price point, but a $10 to $15 price point, all vegetables for us.
How many weeks, and maybe you said this earlier, how many weeks on average? Some of that's dependent on growing season, I'm sure, but you have to probably advertise that up front. I mean, generally, yes. What kind of, how long, how many weeks?
So we generally advertise for, if you're just doing a summer CSA, I do 26 weeks. And that's because we're starting in May and I can easily go into early November until we get an early frost. But now that we've started using our tunnels for greens production, we are a year-round CSA. But I would recommend for most people, look at your growing season, know what you can personally raise without committing to other producers, and go off that growing season as you're advertised. Anything above and beyond that's just kind of a perk and going to like really satisfy your customers. But for most of us, I would say if you can do a 20 to 24 weeks is probably really reasonable to start a CSA. And that's going to cover you that June, September time period without a problem with our seasonality here in Ohio. But definitely know your growing seasons. And if you are going to rely on other producers, make sure you talk to them about what's a reasonable growing season for whatever product they're offering you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Amy, how are we on time? We're still pretty good on time.
We are. So we still have some time if people have other questions that they'd like to ask Mandy. I have a question just based on your own personal experience. I've noticed that some CSAs do like a summer session or a summer share, and then maybe a fall or a winter share, where it sounds like yours is one share that meets season. What would you say would be maybe some benefits or maybe some comparisons to those two ideas if people are new and thinking about how to set theirs up?
I definitely would recommend seasons, just because, again, it's a good conversation point and a realistic expectation for your customers. I don't advertise mine as a year round, and that's probably where I fail a little bit, because we do grow year round. So why am I not communicating that more effectively to my customers? Because they may go, wow, I can get local produce all year round. But I definitely would recommend, if you're just starting out, start small and start seasonal. And the summer season is definitely going to be where you're going to get the most diversity of crops, just because of growing season, unless you want to partner with other growers that may outsource, because local is definitely a very fluid definition in the produce world. Some people, that means a 300-mile radius. For me, it means 30 miles from me. I don't sell any products that aren't within a 30-mile radius of my own farm. But I would say seasonal CSAs, like say, hey, this is a summer season for about 20 to 24 weeks. And then if you do a winter CSA with greens, advertise that as such. That's a great point. But I would recommend starting with one or the other for your first year, just to get your feet underneath you and kind of see what the commitments are for communication, supplies, labor. It's a whole different animal.
Mandy, two more questions in chat, and I think we're down to about 2 minutes. So when you sign up for a 3-month period, how often do you get a box of produce? I think you maybe answered that throughout.
Every single week we do. And And the way we structured our market share membership is you only pay when you place an order. I don't automatically assume that you want a box every single week. And again, we wanted to do that. So for folks for vacation or sporting events, we said, unless you place an order, I'm not going to have a box ready for you. And people liked that flexibility because they said sometimes they would contact me and say, can I use 3 weeks worth of my funds this week because I'm having a big cookout and I need extra stuff this week? And I'm like, absolutely. You can custom order as much or as little as you want. And they like that flexibility. So yes, only getting a box when they place an order for one through our model.
Robin asks a great manager question. How many hours per week do you feel you put in on the administration side of the CSA?
I would say the administration side, between the communication with producers, coordinating what needs picked up and dropped off, it's about a 15 to 20 hours, sometimes less, especially once you knew, okay, you print this list, you give it to so-and-so. If you can assign some tasks to other people, please do so. I did all of it on my own for the first 2 seasons, and it's a lot to start. So I would say you're going to start with about 15 hours on average a week. And by the time you get into your next season, it's going to go like 12 hours, 10 hours, because you'll know how to set up like the assembly line to print out the orders. My boxes are here. My wash area is here. So I would do like an assembly line and have my employees, like so-and-so was in charge of putting the root crops in. So-and-so would get the value added products all by name. But yeah, look for about 15 to 20 hours when you're first starting this, between your email blasts, coordinating the orders, getting them to the markets, and distribution.
Hey, Eric, I think we need to report back to the main session. I'm sure if people have additional questions, they can reach out. Thank you so much, Mandy, and thanks, Eric, for steering those questions, but it is 9:30, so we want to go back to the main room.
Well, I am thrilled this morning to be able to introduce Ben Jackle with Mile Creek Farm. He comes highly recommended. I have not met Ben in person. We've Zoomed now twice, but pleasure to see you this morning. Talked on the phone a couple of times, but he and his wife Emily started Mile Creek Farm in New Lebanon, Ohio, so kind of Dayton area if you're familiar with Ohio, in 2007. After transitioning the land, the farm became certified organic in 2010, and they have operated a CSA since 2008. That's quite a few years. You look pretty young, Ben. I don't know. Did you start when you were 5? But they currently serve over 300 families throughout the Dayton area, and they additionally market their produce through Great River Organics and at the 2nd Street Market in Dayton. And Ben, we are thrilled to have you. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you.
So as Christy mentioned, our farm is Mile Creek Farm, and I'm going to present to you on scaling up your CSA. So we have started it, like as Christy said, we started in 2008. I think the first year that we did a CSA, it was just like a 30-member CSA. And we currently have over 300 members in our CSA. And the rest of the farm has scaled up at the same time. So, we do wholesale and sell at farmers market in addition. So there's my contact information and our website there. Some resources that I would highly recommend in terms of continued learning in order to sort of identify the ideal size that you want your CSA to be, and to give you ideas on marketing your CSA and growing your membership. And that would be the CSA Innovation Network, which is actually a website that's hosted by the CSA Fair Share Coalition, which is a group of farmers that was started as a group of farmers, I believe back in the 80s or 90s in Wisconsin. And there's a lot of really great information on there. They have a lot of information. The CSA farms in the Wisconsin area. There's a really well-developed network of farmers, and there's a lot of information on there. Another resource that is actually a couple farmers right here in Ohio that they host is My Digital Farmer, and they're the farmers that host that. They're right up outside of Toledo, and they have a really good sized CSA, and they do a really excellent job marketing their CSA. And there are some subscription packages on there, and there's a lot of free information too, that you can use their templates to kind of build your member interaction and really refine how you interact with your members. Finally, I would just recommend going out and searching CSA farms, finding CSA farms on social media. A lot of CSA farms will publish their CSA newsletters online, and their blogs and things like that. And the more people, websites with pictures and so on and so forth, and the more you can kind of hone in on some techniques and sort of tricks of the trade that farmers are using out there, the easier way you can get all these different, sort of accumulate all these different ideas and take and use whatever will work for your situation. So as part of that, I guess the question is, as you think about scaling up your CSA, it's most there are CSAs that operate regularly with 50 members, 200 members. Some of the largest ones that I'm familiar with are a couple thousand members. So you can really sort of, the size that you are going to scale up your CSA, it kind of needs to fit with the infrastructure and the capital investments that you have in your farm. So as you think about scaling it up, I like to kind of work backwards and say, sort of start with a number that I want to what income do you want to make from your CSA, and you kind of work backwards from there to figure out how many shares you need to sell in order to get there. And then once you kind of have that idea of how large your CSA needs to be, then you need to figure out how to optimize the infrastructure and sort of the overhead costs of running that size CSA on your farm. Usually, I mean, what that has meant for us is that we have focused extensively on kind of on efficiency of process throughout our growing operation, and on sort of mechanization and scaling, of all the different aspects of our farm. And this is kind of where I find all of the social media posts, again, like websites, galleries, and things like that. Farm tours, once we can hopefully do farm tours again regularly. They're all great opportunities to see these processes that other farmers have adopted in order to, kind of grow their CSAs and scale them up. So essentially, what we have done is we've always constantly tried to find those farms that are operating at a slightly larger membership base or land base than growing acreage than what we are currently farming, and kind of try to look at how they're doing things and run with what they're doing. So moving on, I've kind of broken our operation down into 4 separate areas, kind of how it's just generally how I think about our farm. So we'll take a quick stop in each of those areas of the farm. I'll go over a couple of the tools or processes that we have found particularly useful in scaling up that aspect of our operation. And like I said, we'll work on make sure I'll keep track of the time so that we can have a little bit of time for questions. Okay, so the first area is obviously greenhouse and seed and plant starting. I guess it wasn't, I don't know if I said it at any point, but we do exclusively produce through our CSA, and 100% of the produce that we distribute, well, actually, I guess 99% of the produce that we distribute is ours. We also do a fruit share. That's the only additional purchased in product that we redistribute. So we are sort of running the entire gamut from salad and beets and onions to melons and tomatoes and things like that. We're growing everything on our farm, processing it and reselling it. So and we are certified organic. So that there are some limits that we have to the type of potting mix and inputs and things like that we use. But in terms of and then within each one of these areas of the farm, so within the greenhouse operations, it's important to look at what your opportunities are and what your bottlenecks are. And opportunities can come through all different means. When we were first starting out, I went to a farm auction and bought a greenhouse that was much larger than what we needed at the time. So we've always had space to be able to expand our growing operation. There are there could also be bottlenecks, which you need to adjust. And as we grew, one of those sort of bottlenecks became moving flats around, moving trays of seedlings around. And I didn't actually have a really great picture of it. I don't know how much you can tell from that picture up in the corner, but we move all of our flats around on their actually top rail posts from the chain link fence section at the hardware store, with a 2x3 board, holes drilled through them. So it's two of those top rail posts, and then those are 10 foot 6 inches long. You can fit 11 flats on it, and 2 people can move 11 flats at a time. into and out of the greenhouse. So it helps when you're moving out, dozens of flats. And again, as we scaled up, we were moving more and more plants back and forth to the field and for planting. And so, what we originally did with a garden cart and garden cart or the back of the truck, eventually, we've got a couple hay wagons or trailers that we use to move plants back and forth. Finally, another one of the other big time sucks on the within the greenhouse management is always watering the seedlings. And so we use a automatic water system. I guess you can't really see it in the picture there, but it's just a hanging fogging waterers that we are able to turn on and off to water the whole greenhouse at the same time. We also use the trays. Those trays that we're using are PropTech trays, and I would highly recommend these trays. They're actually a California. Well, you have to order them from California. Unfortunately, you have to order an entire pallet of the trays at a time. And the last time we ordered, they can be pretty pricey. Once you costs, I think it was $6 to $7 a tray once you got them here, but they're a much heavier plastic than your typical sort of 128, but they're the same size as a 1020 flat. And those flats on that trailer there actually have 231 cells in them. And so, but the actual potting media per cell is pretty comparable to a 128, which is what we had grown in before. So we were almost doubling the plant population, per flat, and thus the amount of plants that we were able to fit in the greenhouse, the number of plants that we're able to put on a wagon, so on and so forth. Plus, these trays are made of a rigid plastic, so they hold up, through a number of seasons, and they lend themselves really well to working with a sort of a plug popper. That the one that is in the bottom photo there on the screen is kind of one version of that, and they're all pretty much the same. They're just dowel pins that go up through the bottom of push up through the bottom of the flat and loosen the plants, so that before you are going on the transplanter, you're able to loosen the flat effectively.
Ben, one question here in the chat box. Any thoughts on soil blocks, no trays, just shaped soil being an advantage or maybe a bottleneck for scaling up?
Yeah, personally, in my opinion, well, you could go either way. So there's a farm in upstate New York, Essex Farm, and they have actually the couple, the wife is Kristen Kimball, and she wrote a book, or maybe 2 books now, on sort of organic farming, and their whole thing is like a CSA that provides you all of your food. And so I know that they are of a significant size. Their CSA is of a significant size, and that they do all soil blocks. I think that it's a different infrastructure that you need if you're going to do all soil blocks. I think in large part, in large part, the soil blocks are like actually making up the soil blocks if you're doing it manually, where you're pressing the soil into the soil blocks and moving those around. I think it's probably not as efficient as using plastic trays, but I do know that there are machines out there. I'm not actually familiar with them. There are machines that automatically make the soil blocks, and so farms that were of a significant size that you could afford the machinery to do that. I think that that it could be, soil blocks could be good. What I would say is that a much easier, much quicker way in is we use as you can see there in the picture on the left with all the seeds, we did for a number of years, we bought in soil from the Vermont Compost Company, which is a sort of a really well-known, really good potting soil. It's very expensive, but it has enough fertility that and again, this is probably much more of an issue for organic growers than it is if you can use a time release fertilizer in a conventional mix. But we're always managing fertility, and a lot of people, a lot of growers that I'm familiar with on a small scale, they'll do a lot of potting up, starting in open flats and sort of pricking out and potting up plants. And so we don't do any of that. We don't pot up anything. We direct seed into the actual flats that everything is planted from in the field. And so the Vermont mix, or we now actually use a mix, the seed catapult mix from Ohio Earth Foods. And the only issue that we have is that you just have to be really careful not to over water those mixes, those sort of organic, the OMRI listed mixes. We found if they get overwatered and the soil stays saturated too long, it can really shut down the fertility, leach out the fertility in those cells and in those small cells, and you'll run into fertility issues with your transplants in those instances. Okay, so moving on to the field operations. One other thing, since we are a really diversified, since we're a really diversified farm, we are sort of constantly thinking about techniques and tools that we can use for everything, growing everything, like I said, the peas that are there, to kale, to melons. And one of the ways that we, one of the most useful tools in terms of a lot of our tillage and bed preparation has actually been this, we custom built a fertilizer dropper that would run on the front of the tractor, and it allows us to adjust the rates of fertilizer that we're putting on the beds, just before planting. And again, being organic and with organic fertilizer sources kind of being relatively expensive, we are trying to conserve as much as we can and do it right at the same time. We also use all of our beds are 72 inches on center. So whether or not we're doing plastic culture, sort of plastic mulch beds, or we're doing bare ground beds, they're the same, there's the same basic, the same size beds. And we also shape all the beds with the Buckeye bed shaper, so that we get as consistent of a soil surface as possible, which aids us in both transplanting and in cultivation. So that's one of my favorites on the sort of field side of it. And then when I think of our field operations, that goes from everything from that initial tillage into harvesting. And as you can see in those macro bins, the bulk bins in the back of the truck there with the kale bunches, those are, similarly, there's a lot of time that is spent in harvesting, if you're just trying to package up kale or whatever crop it is into bins in order to take it into the pack shed and process it in there. And so the way, the more you can speed up any one of those steps, the better it is. And maybe Christy, if that chat is something that I can answer quickly, you could just ask that question so that I don't end up losing my screen again. Anyway, so those macro bins for moving around larger amounts of product, we've found those to be a big time saver and very useful in terms of being able to scale up the size of the CSA. So here's a couple other things that have let us grow CSA, and we use one of these Tillmore cultivating tractors, and that's actually, obviously, I guess that's not the best picture. It shows you the basket weeder that we use there, which is one of my favorite tools. But the real advantage to the Tillmore cultivating tractor is actually the ability to change out the implement that is being, that is belly mounted and run underneath it. So I can actually switch that in under 10 minutes. I can switch that basket weeder out with a setup of finger weeders or side knives, vegetable knives, or hilling discs, and it really opens up the number of options that I have for cultivation, and that allow us to grow a diversity of crops at a scale that allows us to have a larger sized CSA production capabilities. In addition to cultivation, I also use that. There's a hitch on the back there that you can see, and I use that to pull around the sprinkler that we use, the hose reel traveler sprinkler that we use there, that's in the upper right hand corner of your screen. That was another sort of game changer investment that we made in terms of scaling up our operation, was the ability to be able to move the water around and be able to water, not have to set up actual sprinklers and move those sprinklers around. One of the first farms that we worked at when my wife and I worked at a couple farms around the country before we started ours, and we did work at a farm in Montana and moved a lot of aluminum pipes around. So I like those, and the other reason that I like that sprinkler, and that it fits within the whole system and allows us to sort of scale up the diversity of crops that we grow for the CSA, is that the sprinkler with the nozzle that I have on it, and the amount of water that we have, the flow rate that we have going to it, the width of the sprinkler is similar to, or works with the sprayer that we use. So I have a 20-foot boom sprayer that we can use. So the sprinkler travel paths where that tilled soil where the sprinkler is running, they kind of double as my sprayer lanes to be able to use those both to irrigate the crops if it's needed, and also to put on the controls that we need to put on. And those actually fit. They actually fit really well with the conveyor that's down there in the lower right hand corner, which is also about a 20-foot reach, and that conveyor, we use that to harvest everything from zucchini to melons to sweet corn to winter squash and cabbage. We don't grow peppers at the scale that they're really useful with the conveyor, but you certainly could. So that particular conveyor is one of the the ones that comes from Knowles, from the sort of Amish areas in Pennsylvania. And it just attaches really just a C-clamp, essentially attaches to a hay wagon, and you can attach and detach it. So we'll actually go through, and we grow not only do we grow zucchini, not only for our CSA, but also for some of the wholesale markets. So we are harvesting zucchini at least 3 times a week, and we'll go through and harvest with the wagon. We'll rotate that conveyor 90 degrees so that it sticks off the back, and we'll drive that wagon all the way up and load the bins of zucchini directly into the cooler until we're ready to process those for distribution. So essentially, those are some field tools that that kind of give us the ability to scale up our field operations, but they also give us a lot of flexibility in terms of multiple uses and multiple different crops. So moving into the post-harvest handling, this is for us, this is perhaps at this point like our biggest bottleneck to expanding our CSA, and in a large part that's because we're using an old tobacco barn in order to be able to as our pack shed, and so we're kind of, the footprint of it is set, and we really need more space. So, but the concrete is absolutely essential. The ability to move water drainage away from the wash area. I wanted to get this picture up there because the rinse conveyor, which you see the back half of there, that's actually what we use to wash all of our CSA bins. So those are our CSA bins, the gray and the green container. They are folding lid container, and them being all systematized and similar, we can quickly and easily pack the trucks and stack them, or they can stack or nest them. You nest them with the lid open, or you pack them with the lid closed, stack them with the lid closed, and they're, by being able to wash them with through the bins, wash and sanitize the bins through the conveyor, we're able to reuse those. And again, that same we'll just get this in there, that same rinse conveyor machine, which again is it's available through Nolts, or their AZS is the company in Pennsylvania. That same rinse conveyor, we run potatoes and carrots and all the root vegetables and through it, and actually all the greens too. So we'll actually, use that to package, wash bulk amounts of potatoes and bulk amounts of storage vegetables, in addition to being able to wash the bins through there. And on the left side, we have a significant, as part of scaling up our CSA. I haven't talked a lot about it. I guess it should have been its own area there, but labor is obviously a significant portion of running any of these CSAs. And so we found the longer throughout the season that you can keep people employed, the easier it is to find good people to work. So we don't have a lot of hoop houses or season extension in that, through those means. But we purchased a old refrigerated trailer, and we've got it rigged up with some CoolBot air conditioners, and we put heaters in there in the winter, and we can store tens of thousands of pounds of produce in there, that we are really busy this time of year filling up the trailer with. And then we'll pull those out and wash those and distribute those throughout the winter months. So again, it's those macro bins allow us to do that, and the having the opportunity of having this large trailer, which we use for winter storage, we're also able to use it. It doesn't work as well as a conventional walk-in cooler, indoors walk-in cooler, in terms of pulling field heat out of the product, but it works really well, for storing zucchini and melons and some of the things that aren't maybe quite as temperature sensitive as greens. So finally, the last aspect of our farm that I think one needs to consider when looking at scaling it up is the marketing opportunities that you might have. There's another session on online sales portals and things like that. Your website has become a primary means for interacting with customers, and we use the Farmigo system. Farmigo is a subscription CSA management software. We use Farmigo in order to manage our members, because, as probably doesn't come surprising to anyone who's managed a CSA, having to manage 350 families, in terms of the dates that they want to take off for the vacations that they're taking and so on and so forth. It can get very, very difficult. So it helps to have a sort of member portal for them where they can do most of that management themselves. We have the blog on our website is essentially functions as our CSA newsletter. It allows people to subscribe to the blog, and they get those blog postings in their email inboxes. And that is where we put all recipe ideas and so on and so forth. We do a lot of, we deliver the majority of our shares to pickup sites. We do some home delivery, and we do have a pickup on the farm. I think that, again, this is one of the places where you can have an opportunity or a bottleneck. We have difficulty getting people out to the farm in order to pick up pickup shares. So, delivering into Dayton is definitely highly desirable for our customers. So we, kind of have to do that. But if you are able to really draw people out to your farm, you can scale up more easily, if you're not having to load everything into trucks and distribute, through the trucks. And again, there are tons of marketing strategies on those, the CSA Innovation Network, and on the My Digital Farmer. There are lots of ways that you can engage your CSA community. We had a couple events. We obviously didn't have those last year because of COVID, and then we haven't had them again this year with all the uncertainty and different things. It was just felt like too much to actually plan it. But I imagine that we'll probably be rethinking that and going back to offering more of those types of events going forward in the future. Okay, so it looks like I got about 10 minutes for questions, and I can take a look. I guess I'll stop sharing the screen, and then I can do that, and then I can see the chat.
I think everything to this point in the chat has been answered. I did have a question, Ben. You mentioned briefly COVID, and I'm just curious to know how that impacted your operation last year when we were kind of really in the shutdowns and everything, and then if that has changed much now that things have opened up a little.
Yeah, so we were pretty much full in terms of the number of members that we were going to take when a lot of the lockdown started to happen, and there was a gigantic increase in interest in CSAs. So this would have been in spring of 2020. So we made a decision that we weren't going to, we could have grown our CSA, it felt like we could have grown it, even larger, if we had wanted to, but we kind of decided to cap it where it was. There was just so much uncertainty at the time. We switched to, as you see on the picture that is up on the screen now, that's how we normally pack CSA boxes. We kind of we place everything in the box, loose in the box, and then we have biodegradable bags. We encourage people to bring their own bags. We have biodegradable bags at the pickup site for people to bag up their individual, shares into. So we went to packing all of the produce into those biodegradable t-shirt bags, within the boxes. A couple of our pickup site hosts, we kind of redirected traffic flow at some of those sites so that there wasn't, as much chance of people sort of congregating and meeting at them. But we didn't, since we don't do any kind of like market style pickup. It didn't feel like we had to make a ton of adjustments to the whole process, in terms of our customer facing side of things. We are actually also, we have GAP certification. So that stands for Good Agricultural Practice certification, and it's food safety certification. So we have a food safety plan, and we're inspected by a third party once a year, and that's to be able to have some of the wholesale accounts that we have. But we had kind of already thought through a lot of the food safety implications. So we use the Sanidate solution in order to sanitize all of our bins in between uses, and we have a sanitation procedure for. We had a hard surface sanitation procedure, kind of already, in place in the pack shed and so on and so forth. So, I would say that, it wasn't, there was a huge demand and a big interest in CSAs, and maybe we all kind of got a little bit lax on, trying to market everything, but we didn't have to make a lot of changes for our, with our particular operation.
Very good. So again, I encourage you to either unmute yourself and ask Ben a question. I'm not seeing anything in the chat box. I know earlier there was a glitch and not everyone could type into the chat box. I think I got that fixed, so I'm hoping so. If you're having trouble with the chat box, though, please unmute yourself.
I have a question.
Yeah, Andrew, go ahead, please.
All right, thanks. So I'm looking at this. I'm assuming this is a photograph of a typical box of yours. Maybe, I don't know what time of year that would be. It's pretty nice. You have nice looking radishes and nice looking tomatoes at the same time. But it looks like you have 8 unique products in there. Is that about something you aim for?
Yeah, that's so there's actually, I think that there are 2 other items. I think there's a bok choy and something else underneath there. And that was actually just from a couple weeks ago. So we kind of do have some late tomatoes. Anyway, yeah, so we aim for 10 to 12 items per box. And those items do range from sort of our standard ½ pound of salad mix to, a bunch of radishes to, a handful of jalapenos or a bunch of cilantro. I think that, I assume you can still see my CSA, my screen.
Yeah.
So if you go to this is our website, which is just milecreekfarm.com, and you click on blog, we actually put all this information out there, so you can go through and you can see actually exactly what we put in every box this year. So if somebody really, you can reverse engineer it all you want. And I encourage you to, if you want to run, run the same type of CSA that we do. This is what we are putting in the box every year. And my wife does all these newsletters, and she actually takes all the pictures too. So I can't take any credit for any of the pictures.
Yeah, real nice looking. Is it just one size box then that you offer your customers?
Yes. So we are. We kind of have resisted the urge to do a bunch of different customizations and various things. We try to be really price competitive at the size that we are, and just offer one size box. We offer people a weekly subscription or a bi-weekly subscription. So, or a monthly. And we do have a lot of people taking advantage of the whole of a bi-weekly box. And then we actually, again, my wife plans out the harvest lists and so on and so forth, such that, those sort of bi-weekly shares, we try to do things in groups of 2 so that, we'll give maybe carrots like 2 weeks in a row, and then do beets, 2 weeks in a row, and that kind of, to hopefully get all the full range of products, even to the bi-weekly CSA members. And we also do actually, that was the one other thing that was COVID influenced, is that we do a swap box at all of our pickup sites. So we'll put a box out there, and we'll put a couple extra items in it to start with, and then we encourage people to swap out, one of their items if they want to change and get something else. So we have those at pickup sites, and we did stop doing that, for COVID, but, we brought that back this year since it didn't seem to be a real source of food safety issues.
Great. All great information. I'm just very impressed, and I'm thinking, wow, record keeping must be very critical and very time consuming as well. So, but we are at 9:30, so we're going to go back to the main room.
Hello, everyone. I'm Peggy Kirk Hall, and I'm an associate professor in agricultural law for Ohio State University and director of OSU Extension's Agricultural and Resource Law program. Here to talk with you about legal promises in the community-supported agricultural model situation. And asking this question, are you making legal promises to your CSA members? The reason this is an important question is because promises could make you liable. And so that's a question that we hear often. If I do a CSA, if I use this CSA model, am I potentially liable if my products don't conform to what I'm saying I'll do for my members? If I don't have the quantities of products that I said I would have, or if I fall short on the quality of those the produce or whatever the food product is, have I made some legal promises for which I could be liable that could create issues for me down the road? That's a common question in the CSA situation. And so I want to tackle that question by talking a little bit about the law and how it works, and some additional thoughts on how you can deal with this concern if it is one that you have or will have if you become a CSA operator. So let's start first and talk about this issue of risk. It's something that we deal with all the time in agriculture. Growing food is a risky business. And I, as an agricultural attorney, spend much of my time in that world of risk management. How can I help producers manage and reduce their legal risks that come with growing food and creating food products? So it is a risky business. But what is interesting and very much assumed about the CSA model is that it is a sharing of risk. So the producer doesn't hold all of that risk. It sits between the producer and the member of that CSA. And it is allowing the CSA member to assume some of that risk that can stabilize and allow that producer to produce those food products. That sharing is really interesting and unique in that CSA model, and one that can be especially beneficial to those who are growing produce and those kinds of perishable goods that have some additional risks associated with them. So a question I would ask you, though, is, do members fully understand that type of risk sharing situation is what they're dealing with in a CSA? It's different than what we typically have in a food purchasing situation as a consumer. We have very little risk when we go out to purchase food products. There they are, we see them, we buy them. But in a CSA model, does the member understand that even though they're paying ahead of time and paying for this arrangement, those products may not completely fulfill that arrangement in the way that they are perceiving when they make that payment? So how well do they understand that sharing of risk? That's an important question to work through as an operator. And think too about how what you are saying could confuse this issue of risk and the sharing of risk. Are you making promises, statements, claims that might confuse that member and make them think that they don't have a lot of risk, that you are going to deliver exactly as you say, in the quantity that you say, and that it's going to be the best product ever? What are you saying that might make them think that you are making some pretty firm promises and assurances rather than making them understand that they're in a shared risk situation? Those are important questions to work through. But as we think about the risk model that we're dealing with and what legal obligations or liabilities that could present for you, I want you also to understand a few basic legal concepts that relate to that. And those have to do with warranties and warranties on your products. Warranties are guarantees that your product, you as a seller of products, will meet certain levels of quality and reliability with your warranties. This is a common legal theory that is out there and exists throughout the law. It exists in our Uniform Commercial Code that all states have adopted and adapted to their state. And it exists in much of our case law and other theories, where we look at this process of making commercial sales and selling products. And those products come with warranties, either implied warranties or express warranties. Implied warranties are those that come through the Uniform Commercial Codes. There's an implied warranty of merchantability. So it's stated in our state statutes, whichever state we're in, Indiana, Michigan, Ohio, there's an implied warranty of merchantability that applies to commercial transactions. And that implied warranty suggests that the product being sold does conform to certain standards, that it's fit for the purpose that it's ordinarily used for, and it's uniform in quality and quantity and packaging and labeling, and it meets specifications. Now, when we talk about this standard, I'm guessing that you're probably thinking about those who sell bigger products, a lot of products like cars and electronics. And yes, that's true. We do tend to think about this implied warranty of merchantability in that situation. But I want you to be aware of it, because it is something that's out there that can, again, add a little complexity to this issue of what are you promising? And is there an implied warranty of merchantability that comes with your food products? That, I think, is a very minimal question in the CSA model situation, but it's one that I just want you to be aware of, particularly those assumptions that the food that you're selling is fit for the purpose that it's ordinarily used for, and that it's uniform in quality and quantity. Those two allegations of a breach of the implied warranty of merchantability are common in food product situations. But let's set that aside and let's look instead at what I think is a more important issue for small producers of food products in a CSA situation. And those are express warranties that you may be making on your products. So what you as the producer say or write about your food product can create an express warranty, a guarantee that you are making, or at least the perception of that by your customers. So you have said, oh yes, you'll receive a bushel of the best vegetables you've ever had, every week. Or our produce will change the way that you eat. Or we will deliver a full share we could expand upon these and be even more extravagant. We'll deliver a full share of the tastiest products you've ever had. Every week it will be delivered fresh, ripe, and amazing and wonderful. And you'll receive 24 ears of corn. Or we could go on and on with the kinds of things that you might say or write about your products that can confuse this issue of risk and can lead that customer into thinking that you have made these guarantees, these legal promises, these warranties on your food products. And that's what we need to be careful about in regards to the CSA situation. So you'll hear in a bit how your language matters in this issue. So is this a huge legal concern for you, though, even if there are these warranties on your products and maybe you don't do what is guaranteed, are you really going to be sued for that? Are you going to be dragged into court by one of your CSA members? Well, I think that's a question we have to stop and think about too. And so when I hear that from operators, ooh, am I at risk of being liable if I don't produce as much of the product as I said I would, or it's not of the quality I thought it would be? Will I be sued for that? Well, that's a good question. And usually the answer to any question regarding litigation is how much is at risk? What kind of dollars are we talking about here? Or unfortunately, there often is an emotional issue underlying the decision to take someone to court. So is your CSA membership significant enough that someone who's dissatisfied with your products would be willing to take you to court to receive a refund of that membership? And that's a question only you can answer looking at what you're charging. Is it enough to warrant dragging them into court or dragging you into court? Or otherwise, could there be an emotional factor that could drive someone, even though it may not make financial sense? Could there be an emotional factor that would lead them into taking you into court over a breach of warranty for your food products? These kinds of lawsuits against food producers do occur, but I have to tell you that most often it's because the food has caused illness or even death. And so a food illness incident is going to be one that has a higher likelihood of ending up in litigation. But if we're just looking at, oh, you didn't give me enough, or it wasn't as tasty or as good as I thought it would be, that's going to be on the low end of this risk continuum for being sued and facing a lawsuit. But there could still be that possibility, because this kind of a claim could be a simple little claim to pursue even in a small claims court setting that a member could represent themselves for and just go to your smaller, what we have here in Ohio, municipal court. There's a small claims division, and they could easily file a complaint there asking for a refund of their CSA membership because you didn't produce as much or as good a product as you claimed you would. So it's something to be aware of. I don't think it's a major concern, but it is something that is possible legally to bring that type of claim against you. But perhaps a bigger risk of these kinds of legal promises you might be making about your products would be member retention. Are you making promises that could lead to a loss of your members because you haven't fulfilled those promises? There is research showing that retention can be a problem for CSAs, 25 to 70%. That's a wide range on average of members do not return to the CSA the next year. Why is that? Is this issue of promising products in the quantity and quality that you can't deliver? Could that be part of that problem? Well, there are complaints commonly made to, surprisingly enough, to state departments of agriculture about CSA operators. And some of those agencies have reported that the inability to deliver a product due to crop failure is a very common complaint that they hear in regards to CSA operators. So we know that there could be some dissatisfaction out there over the risks that come with our CSA products. Is that what's leading to membership retention issues? Don't have firm data on that, but I think as I look at this from the legal perspective, it's likely that that could be a bigger risk than being taken to court over these promises, these warranty type issues in regards to your food products. So how could you deal with that? I think you can manage the risk of both litigation and membership loss through your written member agreement that you should have for your CSA. And if you don't yet have one, I would encourage you to get a written agreement in place for your CSA members. It doesn't have to be an overly extravagant agreement, but there are common provisions that you will see are recommended by attorneys to include in those member agreements. And what I want to focus on now are those that can manage this risk of legal promises that you're making about the quantity or quality of that CSA share, and how you can address that risk in your member agreement. So first, let's talk about integrating this concept of shared risk into your member agreement. There are many ways that you can do that. You can have a dedicated section that goes over this and emphasizes this concept. You can have it integrated throughout in various sections, but whichever way you choose, making sure that you have incorporated this concept of shared risk in that member agreement, not just on your website, not just what you say, not just on your signage, but in that agreement that you hand to that member, that the member signs and that the member takes home and has in front of them and with them. That's very important to have that type of an arrangement. And here's some of the things that we can do to integrate shared risk in that agreement. Make sure that they do clearly understand it. You're going to have to state it clearly. Risk is part of the CSA. Explain what I've explained to you. Agriculture is risky. Producing food is risky. And by becoming a member, you are assuming some of that risk. And thank you for doing that and for joining me in this risky venture of farming. You can spell it out pretty clearly. What do you mean agriculture is risky? Why is it risky? Well, because weather can be unpredictable, because there are other uncontrollable factors that can affect crops, like unexpected pests, acts of God, seeds that don't germinate, science, all kinds of uncontrollable factors that can affect crop quantities and crop qualities, and those yields and how the product looks. Explain that out to your customers. Don't assume that they come from a background where they have been exposed to raising food and the challenges of raising food. Spell it out for them and make sure that they understand what risk in a food production system really means. And I think it can also be helpful to have a section of your agreement that explains your growing practices, what you're doing, how you produce your food, and how your practices can affect quantity and quality. Many of our members want to know that their food is coming from an operator that respects soil health or is organic or doesn't use certain pesticides, or whatever those conditions might be that are the growing practices that you think will work best for your membership. Explain those and explain how they can affect the quantity and quality of your product. Also, use a lot of these words that are disclaimers, really, rather than promises. So you could receive an average of this, or a typical quantity will be this, or approximately this many, or this much, or we expect, or we estimate that you'll have this much around this time, or we'll fulfill this schedule to the best of our ability. Those kinds of words are sending that constant message that you are in a risk situation. You can't say with absolute certainty what that end product is going to be, but that you will try your best to meet these benchmarks, these standards. And then I think it's important too to think about an acknowledgement in some way, whether it's a checkbox, a signature, some type of an acknowledgement that your member makes in some way that shows their commitment to the risk situation, that says, I understand that there is a risk to what I'm doing here. I understand the risk that I am facing. And here's a good example this is from the Pennsylvania Association for Sustainable Agriculture's Guide to Legal Issues in CSAs. And I like this publication. You can find it easily on the internet, but look at this risk statement, this acknowledgement that a member would make. It's pretty comprehensive, 3 different parts to it, but asking that member to acknowledge that I understand farming is seasonal, it's unpredictable, there are natural disasters, there are acts of God. These conditions could happen and they could affect what I receive. Different ways of saying this here in these 3 different examples that I think bring that point home and also require that member to step forward and say, yes, I accept this risk of farming. Okay, so something else that we can think about in the membership agreement is to address your crop failure policies and practices. What will you do if something does go wrong? If you don't have enough, or you don't have what you thought you would have when you thought you would have it, or if a certain item just really flops, what will you do in those crop failure situations? Are you going to allow refunds? If you are or are not, you should state that clearly. And if you are, clarify how you will calculate the refund, for what part of the share, and how might you go about that process of returning what they've paid. If you don't want to allow refunds, and that is common, many operators do not, then make sure that you say that in your membership agreement. Maybe you want to substitute and have that flexibility to substitute, whether it's a quantity issue or a quality issue, a crop that didn't come at all, whatever it might be. Do you want to make substitutions? If so, state that and explain, where's that substitution going to come from? Will it just be more of one of the products that you do have? Will you get that same product from elsewhere, maybe from another producer off the farm? Explain that and let people know, because that uncertainty of not knowing what's happening can often be a driver of dissatisfaction. And then also think about revising some of your promises that you made early on. Do you need to revise your delivery dates or your amounts? Do you need to spread them out? Do you need to make them later because there was a cold snap that slowed everything down? Make sure that you have a policy and a way of communicating revisions if you want to go that route. What if a member is just really unhappy with the product, the quantity he or she feels is insufficient, or doesn't like things there, flavor is lacking, or the product itself is lacking in quality? Think about what you're going to do in that situation and have some type of outline in your member agreement that tells your members how you will deal with their dissatisfaction or resolve their disputes. Both of those, I think, are necessary. It shouldn't be an or, it's an and. So how should a member communicate with you if they are dissatisfied with a product? And what will you do? What will you do if they dispute something, if they refuse to make a payment later, if you have your payments split up in some way, or if they dispute that they should have some of that payment returned to them? How will you handle that? And do you want to have some type of alternative forum, like a third party or a mediator who could deal with that situation and serve as a stopgap between this problem and taking it to court? So dealing with member dissatisfaction, thinking that out beforehand, and laying it out in your member agreement can be very helpful. But don't go into too much detail and don't make too many promises there about what you'll do. The language needs to be flexible enough that you have an open avenue of communication with your member and you have a way to resolve that if that communication just doesn't go well. You have an alternate way of resolving those problems. And then finally, as you look at the big picture of what you're doing, make sure that you compare what you're saying with what is in your member agreement. And if you see any discrepancies, then those need to be resolved. So looking at your website, your Facebook page, whatever of those kinds of social media, Instagram, whatever it is that you're using, look at those and think about, what am I promising here? What could I be doing that could be confusing my customers into thinking that I am going to give them exactly this? Could create some issues that could land me in court or a claim against me or a loss of membership. So looking at your website, your social media, even your labels, whatever else you would use for marketing, those kinds of marketing claims that you're making, the conversations that you have with people. Be careful that you are not over-promising, over-committing, creating those warranties that will make them think that risk is not a part of this venture and I am going to get exactly what this person says and it will all just be perfect and wonderful. Just make sure that you've given yourself enough leeway to allow that risk to be incorporated into what you're saying and into all of your written materials, all of your social media, and all of your membership agreement. Now, I'm not suggesting that you have to put that out there everywhere and say, oh, CSAs are risky, be careful, you may not get. I'm not saying that. I'm saying don't overpromise what you can't deliver because of the risk of farming. It's natural risk. So don't make those claims out there that may not be able to, that you may not be able to perform and deliver. So with that, I hope I've given you some good information to think about for that CSA question. And really what I hope I've done is alleviate your concerns a little bit that you are making these legal promises that are just going to land you into trouble. I think that this is something that can be managed really well by being aware of what you're saying and by having a good, solid member agreement that incorporates that natural risk that comes with growing food. So again, this is my contact information. I'm Peggy Hall. You can reach me through email or phone. I'm better with email or phone. I'll be happy to answer any follow-up questions that you have. My website is farmoffice.osu.edu. I shouldn't say it's just mine. I share it with our farm office team here at OSU Extension. We have agricultural and resource law information on there, as well as farm management and tax and financial management information, all available on farmoffice.osu.edu. So please visit us. You can sign up to receive the Ohio Ag Law blog by email and receive these constant articles that I write about agricultural law that way. And please, if you have additional questions, concerns, feel free to contact me at aglaw@osu.edu. Thank you and good luck.
And so our next presenters, as Ben had mentioned in his presentation, managing your customer subscriptions, doing a lot of record keeping and scheduling and all those kinds of things can be a huge time requirement for operating a CSA. And so one of the things that we wanted to have for you today is information about choosing an online sales platform for your CSA, because it can be such a critical piece. And we are thrilled to have Amy McCann and Stefanie Jaeger with us today. Amy is the co-founder of Local Food Marketplace, which she started, I believe, in 2009. And she's been able to blend her two passions of local food and technology. And I'd say that's a rare skill set, Amy. So we're thrilled to have you here today and learn more. And then Stefanie has been with Local Food Marketplace for a number of years, and she spent over 10 years working to strengthen the local food system in some capacity. And she has experience started in running a wholesale department of a local artisan bakery and helping build a new wholesale department. And so we are thrilled to have the two of them here with us today to give you some tips about choosing an online management platform for your CSA. So Amy and Stefanie, thank you for being here, and we'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Christy, for getting us set up here and for inviting us to be in this session. We're both really excited to be here. I'm Amy McCann, the co-founder and CEO of Local Food Marketplace. And it's dark here still. So, and I'm got my coffee going. So I'm dialing in from Oregon. So anyway, it's good to be here and great to see a number of familiar names and faces here. And thank you, Mandy. We were in the Mandy session a few moments ago, and Mandy did a quick little intro about us. Stefanie and I are going to be tag teaming our session here this morning. I'm really excited for you all to hear from Stefanie. She has a lot of great experience to share with you all about running her own CSA, and then also, working with technology for many years now. So for those of you that know us, Local Food Marketplace, you're probably wondering where our tomato is and our regular red colors. You are seeing our brand new branding for the very first time. It's not even on our website or our social media yet, although hopefully that will change sometime today or tomorrow. So you all are the very first folks to see our new brand. We have a new product coming out a little bit later this year, and decided after 12 years with the tomato, we were ready to update things and do some new colors. So just to kind of orient folks a little bit, we are, of course, a technology company, but we are not doing a demo today. What we're here to do is really just to share our experience and expertise, since we've either evaluated technology ourselves for a variety of different purposes, including for CSA and online sales, but also helping hundreds of farms a year evaluate systems that work for them. So, and want to just kind of give some tips and tricks that we've picked up, and ways that we think folks can help themselves make the best decisions for their own needs. Just a little bit more information about us. As Christy mentioned, we've been around since 2009, and we started the company to help relocalize our food system, and doing so to enable small farms to be profitable through technology. And of course, the most visible piece of what we offer is an online sales platform. We also have a full backend system. Today, we now support about 350 food hubs around North America, as well as a number of farmers markets, and over 11,000 farms on the platform, and roughly 150 to 160 million in sales through the platform a year. And our customers do all sorts of sales channels through the system, including CSA and in person, and various sorts of online sales, including wholesale, retail, a la carte, and of course CSA as well. I'm going to turn this over to Stefanie here, who's going to walk through evaluating CSA platforms and online platforms, and then I'll wrap us up here in a little bit. And we're hoping to have at least 15 minutes or so of Q&A so folks can ask questions.
I've had a lot of coffee, so I can probably fly through this thing for you guys. All right, thanks, Amy. Yeah, as mentioned earlier, I've been working with local food producers and farmers locally and then all over the US and Canada for almost a decade. 4 years of that was spent managing a cooperative CSA in northern Wisconsin. We had about 24 farmers and food producers across 2 counties. We ran a wholesale department, CSA department. We did institutional buying with a local college who had a pretty big initiative of purchasing local food for their cafeteria. So we had a lot of different moving pieces and a lot of people managing that. If you're new to managing, or if you're new to using software to manage a CSA, it's definitely a daunting task. We had about 300 members. And when I started, we actually didn't have a database at all. We didn't have any sort of software platform. We didn't really have anything that I would call sophisticated ordering system. It was we worked with UW Extension, so they were helping us get this thing up and running. And so they kind of created this database, I will say that loosely, with using Microsoft Access. So we had a combination of an Access database, spreadsheets, and QuickBooks. So, as someone who's really process oriented and a fan of automation, that was not going to cut it for me. So that was one of my first tasks was, kind of getting used to the system first, just to understand what was going on. So I managed the CSA in that way for the first year, making notes throughout the whole process of like ways that, it would really benefit us to have a software platform. So for context, as far as like things that really save you time in this, I spent about 35 hours a month just inputting checks into the database because I would have to like record customer payments in the Access database, but then I would also have to record them in QuickBooks. So basically I was like doing the same task twice every single month. It was about 35 hours. So that's ridiculous. I did about 6 hours a week of like printing out our special orders and then inputting them into Access and then also inputting them into QuickBooks. We just used like a very basic shopping cart on our website. So nothing integrated as far as like, payments go or inventory or anything like that. Everything was manual. Every week I had to compile all of those orders and then also combine that with the CSA descriptions into a spreadsheet to calculate how much of each product I needed. And then I would have to email all of those producers the totals. It was like, a full page of notebook calculations manually every single week. So as you can imagine, there's a lot of human error that occurred as well. So that was, something that I was really looking to reduce. And reporting too. I mean, I hear this all the time too. Amy hears it. We hear reporting all the time. Just being able to have integrated reports. If you're, in my case, I was working for a board of directors. So, every month I had to have, I'd spend a day compiling data and creating reports. So, I needed something that was just going to like spit that out for me when I pushed a button. So, so that's kind of like what I was doing. Some things to ask yourself if you're ready to start evaluating software. If you're doing a lot of repetitive tasks that you think could be automated, most things can be automated these days. So that would be a pretty big indicator. If you're just like not having the time to do things, obviously saving admin time is, a really big bonus of using the CSA software. And then the reporting, as I mentioned, and also just a better customer experience too. Like I was really focused on the back end of things, but I realized like how clunky of the system we had for customers too. And so if you can, have a platform that creates a really good ordering experience for a customer, that's a bonus as well. Okay, so where to start? We'll jump into the steps here after that ramble. So a good question is to just ask yourself, why are you looking for a software platform? Do you even need it? Because you might not. I mean, if you have just very few customers, you're just starting out, it may not actually be necessary. So don't jump on the bandwagon just because everybody else is. You can start slow. If you have specific goals that you want to achieve, this would be a good time to identify those. So for example, as I mentioned, I was looking to reduce human error, my own human error, and automate a lot of the repetitive tasks that I was doing on a daily and weekly basis. So that was the driving force for me in looking for a software platform. So start with a goal. The next thing, if you're going to start doing demos with companies and, looking over, what they offer, be sure that you're clear on what you're doing, like what your process is, right? So, first question to ask is what type of CSA are you running? Are you doing traditional or customized? Mandy kind of talked about this earlier as far as like what type of CSA model are you using? And then can that platform accommodate that? There's, traditional is, typically like the farmer's choice. Most platforms are going to support that because that's fairly basic. When you start getting into customized, there's a lot of different ways to do that. I'm sure a lot of you have heard a lot of different ways to customize products and software that can help you do that, making sure you understand how that works and if it's going to fit with your current program. And then if you're going to offer additional products, like this is just a great segue from Mandy's presentation because she talked about working with other producers and like, yeah, that can be a pain, right? And so like, how are you going to offer those additional products? Like it's a great thing for your customers, but on the back end, it can sometimes be clunky. So are you offering those additional products? Like, how are you guys handling prices on that and markups with those producers? And then as far as like the program, the CSA program, like different frequencies. That seems like a basic thing, like being able to offer weekly, every other week, monthly, but not all platforms support that easily. So, is that a consideration? And then how much flexibility? Customizing a share is one thing, but then there's also a lot of other flexibility that we see out there. Like holds, like a vacation hold, skipping a week if somebody's on vacation in the summer, for example. Are you going to allow them to cancel partway through the season if it's not working for them, or allow them to change a location throughout the season? Those are some considerations that you should think about as well. And then just a tip, like be flexible. I ran into this a lot with working with farmers and myself and like my board of directors when I ran a CSA. It's like, just because you're doing something a certain way now, it doesn't mean that you have to continue doing it that way. If you have a specific goal in mind, like maybe the process changes as long as the goal is met, embrace that. Okay, and then this is a really good one. Do you run more than just a CSA? I would say most folks probably sell in more than one area. So can the platform that you're looking at accommodate more than one sales channel? So, as I mentioned, we were doing like 4 different programs. So that means 4 different sets of inventory. That means 4 different sets of pricing, 4 different sets of markups. Like it's a nightmare to manage that if a platform isn't integrating all of those things into one place for you. So if you're doing multiple things, selling in multiple places, can you actually bring that all into one place? And then also, can you control, I think Mandy was talking about this too earlier, can you control what customers see, which type of products? You can kind of set up different experiences for, a wholesale customer versus a CSA customer versus, farmers market pre-orders, things like that. So those are good questions to ask. And then how are payments handled? Talked about this a little bit earlier with Mandy too. Popular payment options are typically, pay in full. That's the more traditional CSA route. But as we've seen e-commerce grow, especially with COVID, pay as you go or pay per order is really popular, which is, basically just mimicking like the subscription services that we all already have, right? I mean, that's a really popular way that consumers are purchasing things these days. So can a software platform support multiple payment types? Because some people might want to pay in full, some might want to pay as you go. Do you have the option to customize that? Like, for example, split that into like 4 payments throughout the season. Can the platform handle payment processing and reports that go with that? Transaction fees, that's a big one. Does the platform charge those? Or is that just handled by your payment processor? Who handles refunds? And then I know Snap EBT came up earlier too. Are you able to somehow handle that on the platform? So those are some really good payment things. I'm talking real fast. Anybody have any questions that I need to jump into yet before I get too far into this thing? I assume somebody's keeping an eye on it, right? I think somebody was, so I'll just keep going. Okay, so locations. If you offer home delivery, a good question is, does the platform validate your zipper postal code? So that would just mean if I'm offering home delivery for my CSA and, you know, I have certain routes that are going to support certain zip codes on certain days, like, can it handle that? Like if I'm out of the zone on a particular day, I'm trying to order, you know, is it smart enough to handle that? So I'm not getting people signing up that are not even in my area on the same day. That's a good question to ask. And then are there routing options? You know, a lot of platforms will integrate with like Routific. The other one is Road Warrior. So be sure to check, you know, if you're going to be trying to optimize routes, if there's those integrations available. All right, and then just day-to-day operations. You know, things like just simple things like, can you create customers yourself from the back end? Can you edit orders for them after they've placed it? What reports are available to you? Are there pack and harvest lists? Are there customer labels you can print? Never assume that like any of that is included. Always ask those questions and make sure you get a look at it too. Reporting is a really big one. I mentioned this earlier. There's so many different reports depending on how you run your business and how many sales channels you're using. And, you know, if you're applying for grants, if you're seeking certification like USDA Organic, a lot of different reporting requirements for all of those different things. Big tip I would do before I would start evaluating anything is to just make a list of the data that you need on a regular basis, and then make sure that that's accessible to you at no additional cost. You know, a platform should have all of those reports available to you, and it should just be included. Some popular things that, you know, if you're really new to CSA and like maybe you're not even running one yet, things that you're typically going to want to see are sales and revenue reports, preferably filterable by many attributes and exportable in a CSV, so you can just manipulate data in whatever way you need. Other popular things are just customer lists by date ranges. So you can kind of see, you know, like if you have seasons set up, like Mandy mentioned, you know, you can just export it by a date range of your season to see who is in that particular season. Customer balances, if you're doing payment plans and need to kind of keep track of where folks are. And then sales by product and pounds. That one's actually, yeah, if you're applying for grants or certified organic, that one's really helpful to have. So those are just some examples, but yeah, and then this is a big one too. How does a platform integrate with your current website? So, you know, if you're using like Wix or Weebly or WordPress, you know, do you need to change platforms? Does the software just integrate right within your platform? How does it integrate? Is it just like a URL that you link to the shopping page? What does that look like to a customer? You know, what costs might you need to consider with that? Who hosts the information? And then like, do you have access to manage the content by yourself? Like if you needed to move, like say, you know, you're using a platform, but you need to switch from Wix to Weebly for whatever reason. Can you manage that content yourself and move it over? Basically, like how easily is it to get your data out of there? Those are good questions to ask. And then communications. This is always a fun one. Just automated emails, right? Like, are there automated orders and pickup reminders to your customers? So like when your ordering period opens, can an email go out to them easily? Once that ordering period closes and it's like delivery day, can an email easily go out to them to remind customers to pick things up? It's shocking to me. I don't know how many times I would sit there on CSA delivery day and, you know, I would like easily have 6 to 10 customers that wouldn't pick up. I don't understand it because they paid for it, but you need pickup reminders. And then can you easily segment lists and send targeted campaigns? We'll kind of cover integrations in a little while, but if you're using MailChimp, for example, and you want to segment lists based on different customer data points like number of orders or first order date, last order date, can you easily create those lists and send out different messages? Another one that I get asked a lot is locations. Can I send messages to customers based on their pickup location? That's definitely one that you're going to want because things are going to come up, and especially with COVID, you know, needing to move people around to different locations or, you know, just communicate with people depending on if things are closed, things like that. Yes, I mentioned integrations. I've mentioned it twice now. So definitely asking what integrations are available. Routific is one that helps you plan routes. Road Warrior is another one. They work pretty similarly. QuickBooks is another one, a popular one that might be nice if you're having to keep track of things in QuickBooks as well. MailChimp or some other email platform, and then Square if you're using that with like in-person sales, like say at a farmer's market, can you integrate that with your system? And then if there's any costs associated with that as well. All right, so that was like a lot of step 2. So we'll plow through step 3 here. So this is just kind of like stuff that I don't think people think about as much in the beginning. Like they think about the stuff we just talked about for the most part, because that's like what they're looking at now, like how to set up the program and like manage it. But then, this is more like the future stuff, like what type of onboarding does the company have, and training and support. A system is only as good as its user, like you're going to get out of it what you put into it, right? So making sure that the company you're working with is ensuring strong platform adoption, so you get the most out of it. And then let's see, what type of onboarding is provided? So I would like ask these questions and ask them like, who does the setup? Is it your responsibility or is it the platform's responsibility? Do they do all of it or some of it? Clearly define who's responsible for all of those things within the process. Get a timeline. And make sure it's clear what prep work you might need to do ahead of time, what information you might need to get to them to complete it. And then training too. Are there live or recorded training sessions that you can watch? Is there help documentation for common questions and tasks so you don't have to constantly be like emailing their support? But if you do, is there a dedicated real human available to help? That's a very important one. You're going to want a real human to help you. And then what type of support team is there? Example, are there real humans? Is there email support? We're actually real humans despite the cartoons, just FYI. That's our team. Is there email support? Is there a phone number? Is there somebody you can call on the weekend? Because obviously farmers are, working on the weekends. If something comes up, like, are you able to get a hold of somebody after hours or on the weekend? What's the wait time to get a response via email? Can you schedule calls with the support team just to ask questions or get additional training? Or if you have like new staff members, is there like training available for them to kind of get them up to speed? What happens if something goes wrong with the platform? Is there a team that you can contact? These are all really great things that you're going to want to double check on. All right, and then that's kind of it for me. Amy is better at the big picture things. So I'm gonna loop her in here. So she's gonna kind of run you through just like some of these, zoom out a little and just talk about the bigger picture things as far as what you need to consider.
Thank you, Stefanie, for sharing your experience. That's great. So this is probably kind of small on your screen. It's small on mine at least. But that's sort of on purpose. It's actually a great, it's from the National Young Farmers Coalition. And they, at the beginning of COVID, we're talking about due diligence right now, by the way. At the beginning of COVID, they did this nice sort of summary of different platforms out there that farms and farmers markets and food hubs use, and kind of just did a summary of like what aspects of different types of sales and functions do they cover. So it's a nice starting point. And I think that's one piece that I really want to emphasize is that checklists like that National Young Farmers checklist, as well as feature checklists that you'll find on every software platform's website, should really just be used as a starting point. You do not want to rely on a feature checklist to say, oh yeah, that's included, or they do that, because there's a lot of information in the how. You can say that a lot of things are included that, the devil's in the details, as they say. One thing that I think is really important to do as a part of your due diligence after you've kind of done all of the sort of internal, like, okay, what's our program? What are all the different things do I need? What kind of data do I need? When you're looking at the different systems, make sure you see them in action so that you can ask questions. So you're looking at an actual live demo of the platform and not just a slideshow. Slideshows are great for sort of introductory type stuff, and maybe can help you learn whether you want to sort of evaluate that system a little bit more. But if you're making a decision that's as important as a software platform for your business, that's really going to house the operations and the data that run your different sales systems, having a detailed demonstration where you can ask questions and see all of those different sales channels demonstrated to you in person that you're expecting the system to handle. So that's really, really critical. One thing, we love when folks ask us this, because I think it helps people make better decisions. There's no better information than seeing an actual report out of the platform. So once you identified those specific reports that Stefanie was mentioning as a part of your kind of putting together your decision making, ask to get copies of examples that from the platform, so you can kind of see what they look like and how that data is going to read to you and your team. And whether it seems like it's going to be usable or not, and also whether that data is available in different formats. Can you get it in Excel so you can sort it in a different way, or maybe add some columns if you like to put some extra notes in? Get that information. Certainly, and I know this is how most folks make decisions, as they kind of see, and I saw some of that happening in Mandy's presentation, asking like, well, what do you use for that high tunnel or that Caterpillar tunnel and all these different products? Do the same thing for your technology. And it's not that you'll get perfect information, because everybody is going to have a little bit of a different experience depending on their different sales and the different things that they need for their farm. But you will be able to get a good sense on whether that platform and its company takes good care of its customers. And so getting some good information on what other farms say, and there's different ways you can get that. Certainly, if you go to the farmers market, just go ask the other farms there what they use, what do they like, what have they used before, and just get some good information. There's also quite a few Facebook groups and various listservs available that you can ask questions on and sort of peer into a lot of different topics related to e-commerce platforms. There's been a huge increase in that kind of chatter in the last year, as one can imagine. One of our favorites is the market gardening. The Market Garden Success, I think, is the Facebook group. There's also a CSA Success group as well. The next thing is around big data, and it's sort of topical because of some of the stuff that's happening right now in our sort of national media with Facebook. And I think us in sort of the local food movement and local ag sort of think that we are in some ways immune to this particular issue. And then it really just impacts other business sectors or our personal lives, but it's actually very topical for farms, for farmers markets, food hubs, and understanding how your data that you're producing that really represents the very essence of your business, whose data, who is owning that data, how is it being stored, and how is it being cared for? So it's a really important topic that that as in the decision-making process should be weighed quite heavily. Your customers' data, your production data, your sales data is highly valued information, believe it or not. Lots of folks want to know who's buying what and who's growing what, for a lot of different reasons, and getting real clear on who owns that data, how it's stored, who has access to that data, and how it is used is a critical piece of information to gather, particularly for online sales platforms, which are largely these days going to be cloud-based and are most likely not going to be data that's stored on your specific computer. It's accessible from, your phone, your computer, et cetera, and the company is going to be storing it. So there's kind of two concerns here. One is how the data is being used, who owns it, but also the security around that data, and how that information is being managed, and all the different things that you might need to be concerned about there. The last thing just to be focused on here is your website and your domain. And one thing that we always recommend to folks is that you always need to be managing your domain and owning your domain and registering your domain. So when we say domain, we mean that's your website address, right? And Mandy put hers up. It was away.farms.com, I believe. And that's something that you want to be sure that you have registered. You can log in to GoDaddy or whatever those different domain, there's many of them out there, but you need to manage that, and also have full access to your website content. That gives you a lot of flexibility in case something goes wrong, which always is a good idea as farmers. I know you all have lots of backup plans. So this aspect of your business, it also needs a backup plan, and have, different ways you can approach the process. So, okay. A few great resources out there. Some of you might be familiar with a lot of these already. Of course, there's Fair Share Coalition, the CSA Innovation Network. I mentioned earlier a few different Facebook groups. We have some materials on our website, including a CSA retention guide. It's not so much about evaluating different platforms, but it is a really helpful piece of information if you are running a CSA. That tends to be on the top of folks' minds, is how do I retain these customers after you've spent so much energy and money trying to get them, trying to keep them as long as possible is critical. So
I forgot to add one of the Facebook groups here, but I'm sure most of you are familiar with Corinna Bench. She has the CSA marketing discussion group as well. That one's pretty valuable to follow along with too.
Is it called CSA Marketing, Stefanie?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's called CSA Marketing Discussion.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Mm-hmm. I knew I forgot one. Yeah. Great. All right. And I think we're going to just open it up to questions here for either of us. We're happy to answer anything that folks have. I don't think I saw too many in the chat here, maybe one.
I haven't seen any in the chat yet, but thank you, Amy and Stefanie. That was fantastic information and lots of things for folks to consider. I know during the start of the pandemic, so what was that, March of 2020, and many farmers markets really tried to rush to get an online platform to continue to operate, and some of them went really well and some of them were disastrous. So this is great information to help folks think through and evaluate these online sales platforms. Again, I would encourage you to either type your question in the chat box, or you can unmute yourself. If you see the little microphone in the bottom left side of your screen, you can unmute yourself and ask your question directly. And
if you're shy, you can email us.
Here you go. So here's one. What is the biggest trend that you've seen in 2021, technology or other local food trends based on data?
That's a pretty big question.
I would say that feels broad.
I would say from a technology standpoint, one of the things that we saw coming quite a while ago and have been kind of planning for, but what COVID, I think, accelerated by probably 5 to 7 years is the need to be online in multiple places and to have sort of an omni-channel presence, so to speak, to manage the sales for your farm or your farmer's market or your food hub. So that's been a big trend, I think, is that folks, maybe had sold through a food hub that had an online system before, but then it's like all of a sudden, different sales channels closed down. And so, they needed to be in several other online systems, including maybe their own. And I think folks it was a big awakening about the amount of work it can take to kind of get into all of those different systems and manage the data coming in. So
I would say home delivery too.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so just to kind of qualify that question in consumer technology preferences, maybe to be more specific based on that previous question. And so when we think about consumer technology, I have a question as well.
Okay.
The younger generation doesn't email much. They're texting, and I'm wondering if that's becoming more popular as far as ordering or being able to communicate. Reminders, would those go out via text message as opposed to an email?
Absolutely. Yeah, that's definitely, as Stefanie mentioned, home delivery ramped up, and it's pretty normal for us to get packages delivered and get some sort of message on our phones if we choose to get it about that the order has been delivered, or and those have been popular things for our customers to put into place. They've also started to use the data out of the platform to send reminders, or some of them. I shouldn't say that all of them. Some of them are still using kind of the email marketing approach, but some are also using SMS messaging. There are, just like email, there are differences in the types of messages and the opt-in process. So when you're sending a customer an email for an order they placed, you don't have to get their approval to send them an order confirmation or a reminder to come pick it up. It's considered a transactional email. Versus a marketing email, they have to opt in or be able to opt out. And similarly with your SMS messages, you have to be real careful with that stuff. But absolutely, folks are definitely trending toward utilizing their mobile devices, almost exclusively. So, yeah.
Very good. I appreciate that. Other questions, folks? Got lots of expertise right here in front of you, so please take advantage. While we're waiting here again, I'll go ahead and ask another question. I live in rural Southern Ohio, and a lot of our farms, not most, but a lot of our farms, of course, are in rural areas. So how does one's connectivity at their location impact the ability to adopt some of these online sales platforms?
I can take it, Steph, unless you want to. So for an online sales system, for the farm to be able to interact with it, having some internet connection is kind of important. Most folks are able to get a satellite connection, which at the very least, and you don't necessarily need a super beefy connection to run an online sales platform. It's mostly data. So you're not streaming movies and things like that you might be doing on like Netflix or something like that. So it does not require nearly the bandwidth that you would need for some of those other services that folks might be like, oh, well, I don't really have a great, connection. So as long as you can get cell phone reception, you can utilize an online sales platform, I guess, is the summary. I see
Great.
a question about online Snap here, I
Mhm.
think. Is that what I'm reading? Yeah, that's a great question. I almost piped in on Mandy's session in a comment, but decided to stay quiet. So
the question, just go ahead and say the question if you would, Amy.
Oh,
Maybe
yeah.
everybody's not seeing it.
The question Mandy's asking is, do any of the online platforms accept Snap payments? If not, is this something in the works? So there's Snap payments and then there's online Snap, right? Our platform and any platform that can take quote unquote offline payments should be able to allow you to accept Snap payments via the customer showing up, putting a card in a machine, and et cetera. Online Snap, on the other hand, will be rolling out online Snap in 2022. We're a part of a program that the North American Farmers Market Nutrition Program is putting out. Most of you know it as Market Link. If you all are familiar with that, they provide the machines that a lot of farms and farmers markets use to process SNAP and the SNAP Match programs. We're working with them to roll out online SNAP in 2022, which we're super excited about. Details still getting figured out. We've been putting a lot of new aspects of to support online SNAP in the platform already, and so now we're at the stage of just integrating with the processor. So, yeah.
And I'll add, we're going to be doing an informational session when we have more information on those next steps, so we can be happy to keep people posted on that.
Yep. Stefanie, do you want to take this one?
Oh, what is it? I can't see it.
It's about CSA box customization.
Oh,
is it on the increase?
Oh, well, I would say yes. I don't have specific numbers in front of my face right now to spout off to everybody, but prior to coming to Local Food Marketplace, I was actually at Harvey, which some of you may be familiar with, specifically was like CSA customization software back then, not so much anymore, but we would see, I'm just trying to think, we would see probably like 65% of farms customers would customize if given the option to. They didn't have to do it, but about 65% did. And we could see some correlation and an increased sales amount because people were able to add on additional products to their shares. So it's like they start with a base share, right? So maybe you have like a $30 box that you offer. But if you're able to customize it, and customize can mean many things, right? But whether you're swapping things out or whether you're just allowing your customer to add additional products, why would you not let them, right? Because, they're going to be purchasing more from you at that point. Mandy mentioned meat, and once you get meat into your order, like you can easily get over $100 per order. We definitely saw average boxes increase because of that. So, if you're using it, like make sure when you're looking at a platform that it has some options for you, at Local Food Marketplace, you have numerous different options as far as how you might want to allow customers to customize their boxes, whether it's, adding different products and swapping different things, but basically allowing them the flexibility to add more product in if they want it. People want choice, especially with people not going to the grocery store as much. People are doing a lot of their shopping online, so they want to be able to have more choice available to them.
Great. And then I've got one last question here, and then we'll take our break here for just a minute. Beginner question: how does the online sales platform differ from a POS system?
I'll let Amy take that one.
Yeah, that's a great question. Thanks for asking that, Robin. So a point of sale system is what, when you go to a store or if you go to the farmer's market, the point of sale system is what the person is that's checking you out, they're using to like tally up your order and take your card and process it. An online sales platform is where your customer, instead of the clerk entering the order in, the customer is doing so. And in most cases, the system is accepting their electronic payment of some sort and processing it online for them to then show up if it's a pickup situation and pick up their order from you, or have it delivered. So one is happening more in the control of the customer. The other one is in your place of business or at a farmer's market. The most ideal scenario, of course, when you're talking about sales platforms is that the retail industry calls it omni-channel. So, most of us have probably placed curbside pickup orders in the last 12 to 18 months. And I don't know about you, but sometimes when I place a curbside pickup order, I also go into the store because I realized I forgot something, or maybe they don't have it online or what have you. In an omni-channel system, where you can have an inventory that sells both online as well as on your point of sale, it can share your inventory system and give you great data, and also allow you to spend a lot less time managing information between those. Allows you to go across those different types of sales. So a common one, of course, that a lot of people know about is Square. So Square does a point of sale system. They also have an online store. We have, of course, our own online sales platform, and we integrate with Square point of sale for the actual payment processing for the reader. So, yeah.
Great. Well, thank you so much. Let's give Amy and Stefanie a virtual round of applause, please. Appreciate the information. I think it was, again, a great starting point when you're thinking about looking at an online platform to manage your CSA specifically. And of course, their contact information is here on the screen, so you have access to that. And we'll send a follow-up email that has all our presenters' contact information, and we'll get that out to everybody. And so it is now time for us to take a break. I know it's Monday morning and we've been sitting here for a while, so let's take about 8 minutes, get you another cup of coffee, get up and stretch. And then we'll be back right at 10:30 to hear from our keynote presenters, Dan and Julie Perkins with Perkins Good Earth Farm. And I'm sure it's not something that you do not want to miss. So we'll see you back here in about 8 minutes. All right. Well, I have 10:30. And so hopefully everybody is back to join us. And as I mentioned earlier, if there are questions that get typed in the chat box, I will certainly monitor that for you, Dan and Julie. So you don't need to worry about watching the chat box. We'll make sure we get that covered for you as well. But I do want to introduce Dan and Julie Perkins of Perkins Good Earth Farm. Dan is the co-owner and lead farmer and is a certified crop advisor. He is known as the cover crop guy in Northwest Indiana. Perkins Good Earth Farm is a certified organic farm growing hardneck garlic and produce via 180 member CSA, on-farm stand, commercial kitchen, and local wholesale accounts. Dan has over 16 years of experience in organic and conventional crop management and growing experience in Iowa, Maine, Massachusetts, and Indiana. Julie is a co-owner and in charge of sales and marketing at Perkins Good Earth Farm. Originally trained as a high school English teacher, she now works as educator of all things food and veggie for their community-supported agriculture. She is also lead parent to her and her husband's 4 children and loves being part of the community development in her small town. And Dan and Julie are here today to share with us, you have what it takes, grit, growth, and gumption on the small farm. So welcome, Dan and Julie.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for having us. We really enjoy doing this kind of thing, and it's rainy and cold outside. So Mondays are actually our busiest days. So we feel like this is somewhat amazing that we're actually doing this and feel sane about it.
We just want to tell you a little bit about our farm before we dig into the CSA. We are located in Northwest Indiana. We are on 20 acres total. 11 acres of that are the woods, just under 2.5 are native prairie. And then we have a quarter and an acre in production, but because of the rotation and the double and triple cropping, it becomes more like 3 acres.
It sounds more impressive when we could say we farm 3 acres.
Our gross revenue from 2020 was 138,000, and our goal for this year was 173, but we did just pass 200,000 for gross revenue, so we're pretty excited about that.
Yeah, the year's not done yet either.
No. Breakdown of our finances. So we now have 200 members in our CSA, and CSA is 46% of our gross income. Our farm stand / the retail garlic is 25%. Our farm kitchen is 10%, and this is our first year being open for the commercial kitchen. Private consulting is 10%, and then that last 10% is split between our bedding plants, soil amendments, and wholesale accounts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just a little bit how we produce, just so you know our context. We are certified organic. We have 30-inch beds, some 60-inch beds. We are considered a minimal no-till permanent beds. We use a lot of compost, so maybe a deep compost. Use lots of silage tarps there. You can see that in our picture. And we have about 12,000 square feet under tunnel, some sort of tunnel structures. In terms of employees, we have about 5 seasonal employees and up to 10 on the farm, during the peak of the year when there's a lot of harvest and planting going on at the same time. And this is a wonderful thing because the first time I didn't have to plant any garlic since we just got done with garlic planting was a pretty amazing thing. I could actually manage and focus on the stuff that really brought value to the farm. And it saved my body as well, But as we get older, that's one of the things we're really thinking through and learning about. So one of the things we want to do as we go through here is just ask those listening questions. If you're a farmer or dreaming about a farm or been farming for a while. And so, as Julie and I, of course, are married, we structure the farm in a very specific way in terms of our roles. So I manage farm production, the soil quality, basically making sure the produce is there, right? And then
I do the making sure people buy the produce part. So sales, marketing, education, running the farm stand, and most of the finances.
So all the hard stuff, pretty much.
Divide and conquer where we're gifted at different things and where our skills are.
Yeah, 80% of farming really is selling the stuff and somehow delivering it to customers, and that's important.
So we have 4 children. Their ages now are between 6 and 13. And we are also foster parents through the state of Indiana. That's why you see 3 of our 4 children pictured because of those rules. But yeah, when we first started farming, our kids were little or not even with us yet. And that makes things crazy, but also adds a lot of richness to our life as we figure out how to get them to be part of the farm and still like being part of the farm. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things as we pursue our calling to, steward the earth, to farm, and what we've realized over this, 12-year journey now, doing this together, is that it can give you life, it can give you money, or it can rob you of these things, right? And how then do you achieve a work-life balance? How do you let the farm, or make sure the farm doesn't consume you? Because ultimately we all farm for the lifestyle, right? We farm because we love it. And so how do we keep on loving it is a real challenge.
Yeah. And one of the things that we've done or we're trying to do is teach our kids, work ethic. So they are involved in the work, where their food comes from, but also that if they don't want to be all involved in the farm, that's okay too. And we'll talk a little bit later about the systems we've created within our farm system, so that can happen.
Yeah, this is our eldest son pulling garlic a couple of years ago, and he works 15, 20 hours a week in the summer and on Saturdays, and we largely leave it up to him, but we try to keep it enjoyable too.
Yeah.
So just varying the task and seeing what they're interested in is really important as we've managed the farm with children. So some of the values that we have in terms of how we make decisions and the filter that we use of whether not to do something. So we give a one sentence description of these values on our website, but they really enable us to make decisions. So example, local Chamber of Commerce asked us to do a farmer's market in our local town. Our town is, about
5,000 to 6,000.
5,000 to 6,000 people. So it's pretty small. And, we felt this pull to we want to be part of the community. We want to support their efforts to build local farmers markets. But we looked at our farming values and realized that to do this market would stress our family. Significant time on the weekends away, just all that extra labor and time to do that, and then really not for any financial gain. So we said no. And this idea that less is more in a lot of ways. So, our farm systems and management must benefit our farm and our family, not cause stress or conflict, at least not long-term stress, right? At some point, we got to acknowledge that and maybe stop doing something. So, for example, we had microgreens and mushrooms that we were doing. And they were constantly the tipping point, particularly for me, of oh, it's time to put the kids to bed. Oh, I got to go do this one thing with the microgreens, water them or check them real quick. And it was just too stressful. So we stopped doing it. And it didn't really make any money per se. So 2 reasons, easy reasons there. Quality, our farm products are the highest quality produced for our customers and their health. We are sustainable. And by what I mean by that is we're balancing complex and dynamic relationships within our whole farm. It really is a whole system. And then I like to use the word regenerative. And by that, I mean, we operate on the 4 principles of soil health. We maximize biodiversity. We grow over 30 different crops. We cover crop as much as possible. I think I have 3/4 of our ground in cover crop at this point, anything not under production. That's a deliberate goal we try to achieve. And we maintain the soil armor, through cover crops, through tarps, mulches. We are certified organic. Most of you know what that means. And then also we place a big importance on food safety, with a certified commercial kitchen on our farm, that we have a lot of rules to follow there. And we want to just make sure we are fully protecting ourselves and our customers. One incident and we're done as a business. So that's something we don't mess around with.
Yeah, a lot of training involved in the food safety part.
Yeah,
which is good.
So just a real quick example of soil health. On our farm, we farm what are known as black sands, and it's wonderful because it drains really well, but it does not have a lot of nutrient holding capacity. When we bought the farm in 2009, it had a 1.9% organic matter, CEC of 4.4. Really shouldn't be farmed, actually. It was just corn and soybean field. But what we've been able to do through our various practices over the years is almost double that organic matter and a CEC. So now we can produce vegetables consistently and of high quality. And that's been amazing to see and be a part of. And then it's also part of the whole system, right? So you saw the opening picture, but we also farm within the ecological context of the woods, our prairie, and our windbreaks. And now we've put in native hedgerows even among our vegetable plots. So we lay things out standard, standardized to increase efficiency, but we also try to mimic Mother Nature in terms of its wildness, right? So organized farm, no weeds largely, but also a sense of wildness and beauty.
All right, so our CSA and our farm is located in DeMont, Indiana. Like we said, it's a town of about 5,000 to 6,000. Why would we farm there? There's no real natural market like you might find in a city. But we decided to do that very practically at the beginning because we were close to family. We had our first child and we decided, okay, we want to kind of settle down somewhere. So we put a call out to our family around the country, and my parents found this beautiful property within, I don't know, like 2 or 3 days. So we came, visited the farm. It's really close to town. And we ended up buying it. So we like to think we surrounded ourselves with our biggest fans. And Dan's parents moved out here from Maine about, I don't know, 8 years ago or so. So we have both of our parents and helping us with the kids in the farm. And that's been a huge, huge help to us. Affordable land. So the land here, because it was rural, was more affordable than buying in a city or a suburban area. When we bought this place, our house that we live in right now was considered zero value, and our realtor suggested we just bulldoze it. And we were like, well, we can't afford to do that. So we got a construction loan to make the home livable, and then again put so much into the land and improving the soil. We also valued this community knowledge. I grew up here, so when we brought this idea of CSA, which was completely new here, we had 20, 25 families come out for a meeting, and they were like, okay, we know this family, there's trust there. This kind of sounds like a crazy idea, but sure, we'll give it a try. And then we were able to provide this high quality product and a good experience, which enabled us to continue growing our CSA in this place. Another question, considering as what kind of CSA or farm you have, do you have access to markets? Dan shared why we don't do markets, but we could travel 30, 40 minutes and be part of a thriving farmers market if we decided at some point we needed to do that. And then another question was this access to soil and water, which Dan can speak more to.
Yeah, just like, our ground is marginal, but I think because of my training and just maybe a little bit of dumb luck and providence, having a pipe that we stick 10 feet in the ground, we have water. We have plenty of water, and it's cheap to get. And we have, the town of DeMont dumps all their leaves here. We use that as a carbon-rich soil to amend our soil. I think that was pretty critical to, us being successful and why we started in a small town. And Chicago is an hour and a half from us, downtown Chicago. So we have access to markets. So thinking back when we first started, whether a CSA would work, we didn't really know, but we knew we had the community connections, at least to develop, and the desire to do it.
And I think at the beginning, we didn't think, everything through, but now that we're here, one thing that we really love about farming in a small town is that we are providing something people would have to travel 40, 45 minutes for. There isn't an organic vegetable source of high quality vegetables in our town unless you grow them yourself. Mm-hmm. So we're thrilled we get to meet needs in our immediate rural community, and we have the ability to keep that farm family balance because of our parents and friends who help us in those ways. Mm-hmm. So why did we choose CSA farming as opposed to wholesale or, other types? We had early experiences at Caretaker Farm. That's where Dan apprenticed out in Massachusetts, this beautiful, thriving CSA farm. And I remember visiting him there and just falling in love with this.
We weren't married yet, so I think she fell in love with me too because of the farm.
We'll say that for sure. So when we did get married and we were back in a small town in Iowa, we gave this a try because we're like, we loved that community. We want to see, can we make it work in other places that we're living?
And gain more experience just on a practical level, like
Yes.
how to grow, how to produce consistently, all those things that are critical for making a CSA model work.
Yeah, so we did that in Iowa, and then we did a bigger one in Upland. And this was mostly Dan because I was teaching at the time. But what we learned through these experiences was that we really loved the traditional market style CSA. So we have done some box packing, but that is not where our hearts are at with it. We want to stay on our farm. We love that they can come throughout the week. We just like that face-to-face interaction while they're picking out their vegetables. So again, part of that is probably because we have such a deep connection to our immediate community. We see these people at school, at church, and then we do events here too, like potlucks, farm events, fun runs, just different things where we get people interacting with the farm. So a question for your own CSA, whether you're if you're thinking about starting one or you're doing one and maybe dissatisfied in some way, do you want people on your farm? Because if you don't, then the market style CSA obviously isn't a great idea.
This afternoon, we'll have 140 families and their kids come through our farm
over a 4-hour period.
Over a 4-hour period. And, we have a small like playground park set up. We have a trail system set through our woods. We have a lot of systems in place that create an experience.
And invite people to stay if they want to. So the other question we had to really consider is how are we going to price this for our demographic? One thing, I feel like a lot of CSAs think that they're for middle upper income folks. And because of our demographic, we do have those people, but we also have lower income people who we want to make this food available while still giving ourselves a living wage and be able to pay our employees well. So we have a sliding scale where people can choose middle income, higher income, or lower income for their share. And so far that has balanced out pretty much perfectly. Like when someone chooses lower income, someone else will choose higher income. We also divided our farm into 3 seasons. We found that people who are teachers, they generally want to do summer. They don't want to do spring and fall. People who travel don't want to do summer. They do spring and fall. And so it all, but a lot of people choose all 3 seasons, which is 27 weeks through mid-April to mid-November. We also have different sizes. So the most common is a medium CSA share, but you can double that by getting a large, or we offer a small share that gives people 4 choices off of our distribution line. We added that after several people asked, and we're like, oh man, that seems like a logistical nightmare, but it wasn't. And it's actually been a really great way for CSA members to stay with us. And then when they want extra stuff, they just buy it off of our farm stand.
So you're saying the small share, they just pick 4 items.
Right. So we usually have about 8 items on the line. On average, so people with a small share would just choose 4 of those things.
Yeah, which has saved us from having to track things or.
Yeah.
Yeah. And from a harvest perspective, it doesn't really matter that much from a total.
Because we have other avenues for our produce. So.
And we also added a winter share. So we do offer 4 seasons, but we only offer 100 shares. And we keep it a lot smaller.
And that's spaced out over the winter.
Yeah, every other week essentially.
But yeah, do you have that testimony from the?
Yeah,
that was our fun run photo. But this is from somebody who did the small share. She said, "This is my first year doing a CSA. I've wanted to for years, but it's always been out of reach financially. I found Perkins Good Earth Farm through research for work and loved what I found. They operate on a sliding scale for their CSA and allow for payment plans. Plus, they have a single person share, which means I won't be overwhelmed by produce when my own crops start growing too." So that small share was us listening to our customers and trying something out. And then it stuck, and it's been a great way for us to have a high CSA retention rate too, and just meet the needs in our place.
What is our retention rate right now?
I'd have to calculate it for this year. I don't know.
But historically,
Oh, it's in the between 75 and 80%.
Right.
So we're happy with that.
and one of the reasons I think that retention rate is so high, this is just a fun run that we do in the fall typically. And here, the two winners are wearing kale crowns that I crafted myself.
Yeah, the children got like lays made out of garlic. But
Yes. Yeah. So just, we really try to create that sense of community, and that's something we love as a couple doing together, and brings tremendous value and worth to what we do. So wanted to share a little bit on, as a married couple, partners, or even a multi-farm co-op model, do you have shared goals for your CSA? Is it to feed the most people? Is it to develop a deep sense or connection to your customers? So at first, Julie and I did not have the same mindset and goals when we were first married and first moved to this and developing a farm. So I think Julie has a great story that illustrates that.
Yeah, when we first came here, I hadn't done much of the farming because, again, I had been teaching, but living on the farm and helping out. And so we got here and we had, a baby, and I was like, let's just jump right into the CSA. People are excited. Dan wanted to hold off, but he went along with me. And we pressed through and we delivered, but I became pregnant, and we had our parents out harvesting green beans it was pretty miserable. And I recognized that I didn't really know. I think I just wanted to
Deliver the vegetables. There were people wanting them.
Yeah.
Right?
So I wanted to come through with that right away, but we needed to think through more. Will this work for our current state? Dan was also working full-time off farm in order to just
build the farm up.
And so that first experience helped us sit down and talk and say, why are we doing this farming thing, and make sure we have shared goals. This sounds really simple, but if you miss this conversation with the people you're farming with, it can really go sideways, I think, as you're farming.
Yeah. I mean, the divorce rate and the breakups that happen because of starting a small business of any type is pretty high. And, Julie and I are both idealists, and we're driven by that, and achievers, but we weren't really set up to do it, right? We didn't have the infrastructure or systems in place.
So we took a 3-year break. We focused just on the garlic. And then in 2013, we added in a 7-week fall CSA.
Right. So we knew it'd be crazy busy for that 7 weeks and a little bit leading up to it, but it was like there was light at the end of the tunnel, and it was a way to build proof of concept of the CSA and our customer base.
Yes.
And also what happened, because I was working off farm in a very flexible job that was local, we also had to hire people, and it was the best thing we ever did. So if you haven't done it yet, please do it. Everyone will thank you around you.
Well, and it was our, again, stage of life.
Yes.
With small children working full-time off farm. We needed help, and it meant we weren't making as much money, but we were able to build our market while working off farm. Yeah.
Yeah. And then, so then after 10 years of working off farm, so this would have been 2019, I quit my day job, and because we basically got to a point where it was like, okay, time is the most limiting factor. We just need more time to invest in the farm. And so we made that jump. And by that point, financially, we were like, we can make this work. We'll have to tighten our belts, but we can make this work and grow our markets.
So yeah, for us, the question was, when do you farm full time? When do you know when to start this? And this is for people who, we didn't have the capital at the beginning to just jump right in. So yeah, we put in the time, we developed our markets, we acknowledge those pain points, working full time, consulting all these children, doing the farm. This is not sustainable. So we made a plan and then we committed to it. And I think we were hoping to go full time in 2018, but we needed to wait one more year. And we just dug in. At some point, we heard Joel Salatin recommend trying to save like a year's worth of income so that you're not so financially stressed that full year. And we were able to save 6 months. So that helped me not be so anxious about it too, and helped us take the jump, if you will.
Yeah, I tend to much more be like, it'll work out. Let's just do this, go big or go home.
This is why I do the numbers part.
Yes,
So.
That's right. So as we transition full time, I think we just wanted to list 5 challenges and the ways we address them. So obviously finances, if you don't have the money, you can't do it. I mean, it's just a hobby, right? And we didn't want to be off the farm working. So how were we going to expand enough and afford all the infrastructure? And I put up this Fearless Farm Finances book because, what was that? We sat down together one winter and we just, we're not trained in business.
Mm-mm.
I was in environmental science, Julie was education. We sat down, we just went through this book, and it was so laborious and like, why are we doing this? We had to break out a bottle of wine but I guess, what did it do for you, Julie?
Well, it just gave me confidence because I just needed proof of concept, and it gave me something, solid to hold on to. So these were really great resources for us. And yeah,
we were just able to address these challenges and move forward. And one of the ways in which we had to do this was balance the roles on the farm. So we wanted to share just kind of a beginning and now.
At the beginning, I was harvesting and doing field work, which was not my favorite. I did grow up doing farm work in this town, but that's not really what I envisioned for myself in the future. And now I'm doing, like I said, the education, the farm blog, the sales and marketing, community building, and I'm very, very grateful to be doing that instead.
Yeah, I remember the first time you were watching a marketing thing.
Yes.
The
Corinna Bench
Yes.
is a great resource. She's from Shared Legacy Farm in Ohio, and just listening to her podcasts and watching her videos and starting to think of marketing as a story and like having a narrative arc that all started to make sense to me. And
as opposed to just selling a product. To someone, right?
Yes. So that I'm grateful to her and that mindset that she shared.
Yeah, and for me, at the beginning, I'm a husband, I'm a father, I'm a managing farmer in that order, and I even tell my kids that mommy is first for me. If I had to choose, it sounds harsh, but I think it's reality. And then as I've been able to keep those things prioritized, things go much better, not only for myself but for everyone around me. So as I was working off farm, I was also the main harvester, the main weeder, the washer. That just at some point I had to decentralize those and lean it up, yes, but also get other people involved. And really learning about what brings money to the farm. It's the customers, it's planting, and it's harvesting and washing. That's it. Everything else should be eliminated as much as possible. And so one of the ways we do this is plan in the winter, and the CSA enables us to do that pretty precisely, and then just execute, just make it happen. So one of the ways in which I did that, managing the crew, is how do you control everything on the production end, but not have to do it all, right? So I have 3 main workers, I call my crew, and they each get a role assigned to them. There's the greenhouse manager, the wash head manager, and then the field manager. And I train them in very specific tasks that are repeatable, and I don't need to be a control freak and do them. And so I organize and plan out the week by each role. And then on Mondays we meet and they have their tasks and they set about doing them. And then I can go in and out and assist as needed or do maintenance. That's obviously what I do. I feel like a maintenance man sometimes. And this really has improved our efficiency and made the work much more enjoyable and given responsibility and ownership to our employees, which are largely, homeschooled 14 to 16-year-olds who are very responsible and very willing to take on these kind of roles. So that's been really important, moving our farm forward in a balanced kind of way. So one of the things too is, how do we afford the infrastructure that we did need? I mean, when we bought the place, there was old dilapidated dairy barn. You can see there, 10 cow dairy. Sorry, that was my dog, Clemmy. And so we developed a 3 to 4 year plan in certain phases to try to do that. And our pain point really was, how do we finance CSA distribution space? Because we were distributing initially with 4 fridges out of a small milk house. Like, it was pretty rustic. And so, Julie, do you want to talk about our social capital?
Yes.
How we raise those funds. I think this is a really important value that CSA brings.
Yeah, so we've done most of our loans through the Farm Service Agency and Farm Credit Service or Agency. Anyway, and for this, Dan had the idea of asking our farm members to finance our construction, which I was so nervous about because I don't like rejection. Who does? And I was just kind of getting into this anxious mindset, but we're like, okay, wait, people know us here. They believe in the farm. They tell us that all the time. Mm-hmm. And so we asked 4 different farm members and 2 family members to help finance this building. We asked for a meeting. We told them what it would be about. We met in person. We had our line item budget.
We showed them design plans.
Our goals and dreams, including this educational commercial kitchen. And we asked for $10,000 loans and one $20,000 loan for a total of $70,000 and to be paid back over 5 years. And everybody said yes and wanted like the lowest interest rate or no interest. Like, they just really wanted to see this happen.
Yeah, we were really blown away. Like,
yeah.
It was like that idea of social capital actually like playing out.
Yeah. So that's how we financed this building. And another cool thing is all the people who financed it like come to our farm regularly, or they've all got to see it and experience it. So yeah, they get to see us making good on what we said we would do.
And recently we've had another farmer in our area do the same thing, and he had equally good feedback and a positive experience with that. So it can be done. So here's our wash shed, just a little 10 by 10 greenhouse at first, 2 55-gallon drums cut in half, pretty simple. And now we have kind of a fully modern, technically it could be GAP certified when we reach that point, set up, and it's
with
just
really
wonderful.
Good flow, like wash shed flows through walk-in cooler, which flows to the farm stand.
And we originally thought, if we grossed $100,000 a year, that'd be plenty to live off. That'd be good. But what I'd encourage anyone farming to do is just take their dreams and double it. I already wish this wash shed was twice as big, of course. But if you're gonna save for your kids' college, if you're gonna work, 8 to 5 job, 5 days a week, and not 100 hours a week, make sure your monies make sense, your goals. So moving on, our CSA distribution, we just kind of wanted to show what it looked at the beginning.
So that little white building is what Dan referred to earlier as the milk house. That's where we had the fridges, and people would just come in to get their veggies there. That I think we did up to about 60 families. Then we moved into the wash shed, which is the picture on the bottom left. That was a big pain. Maybe you already shared that because we had to take everything, get everything washed and cleaned, take everything down, set up in time for CSA.
We might as well have been going to a farmer's market at that point.
And then now we have that space on the right we have CSA tables that Dan and my niece custom made to fit everything we need, storage below. We can lay out the crates. So this is partially why on a Monday morning we can be having this talk, because we've eliminated at least an hour of work we were repeating, maybe more than that, and week after week. And that space now serves as a permanent CSA place.
Yep, and we'll talk more specifically about that, some kind of more advanced CSA, how we make the line work a little bit later on.
And then, we in 2018, we added extra produce for sale because people, again, asked for it. We let our customer drive, what we do while keeping to our values. So we added just this little, one spot in the wash shed in 2018. And now it's developed into a farm stand. We're open Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, Saturday, 9 to noon. We get new people still. We're still getting new people coming in, and we opened the space in 2020.
Every day, I think we have one new customer, someone who's like, I never knew you were here. We live 2 miles down the road. I mean, it's amazing.
And then this becomes the funnel to our CSA. The people eat the produce, experience the produce, and they move into the CSA from there if they feel like that's the best fit for them.
Yeah, and what's really been amazing is the CSA members we do have, a lot of them buy additional stuff.
Right.
From, if they're having an extra party that week and they want another bag of greens because they know they'll go through them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it becomes a really, really good outlet.
So we added roadside signs, which again, it just seems so simple, but it took us a while to get these made, and they have brought in so many more customers. So that was
it's not all about the social media. Sometimes
it is a lot about social media,
is.
But if you want to show the next sign, then this is the one that those other signs are kind of out by the highway, and then this is right in front of our farm, so people can stop in. Those are our initial hours, but
One of the things we do too is we survey our customers 3-4 times a year through SurveyMonkey, and here's just an example of
like the one pain point we were getting from people is how muddy and challenging it was to park. And they loved all the produce, but their experience was a challenge. And I'm like, that's legit. And if we're going to have people come to the farm, week after week, make it their habit, that can get old. And so we did have to pave a little bit of our paradise and put in a parking lot, but we did keep the tree. We kept the tree that was there. So
it's only been backed into twice, I think.
Yeah.
But just that, having the space to do that and time, we precisely identified value. What was our customers valuing?
And what will keep them coming back to the farm.
And on a similar note, scaling up or just starting out, what kind of systems do you want on your farm? What are you going to invest in to deliver what your customers value? Maybe it is a CSA box that's brought right to their door. Only you can know that, right? We're just sharing what we do and what's worked for us.
And going back to that, our customers, we offer that option on the survey
every time.
Do you want delivery, or do you want us to make a box? 90% come back, we want it market style, just how you're doing it.
Don't change it.
They don't want us to change it.
Yeah.
So
because we've looked at Harvey and all these other systems, and it's just like
for our community, that's not the best choice.
And it's not just new tools or that, but it's also about a system. The Lean Farmer book by Ben Hartman, is, if you haven't spent time in that, do that. 2 years ago, I took my crew through that book in January, just kind of like an hour each week, and that was awesome to do. Brought tremendous value to our farm. Here's just some of the tools we've used. We have to water everything for 20 minutes during the peak of the summer every day. Everything. That's how sandy we are, to keep our soils alive and going. So we're set up to do irrigation pretty efficiently. I got tired of moving hoses a couple years ago and was like, that's all I do is move irrigation lines. On paper pot transplanter, many of you are familiar with this tool, but just as an example, pretty much Friday afternoons I get off because we use this tool. Need I say more, right? We go up to Lake Michigan because of this tool. But it does have its quirks. We have the perfect soil for it. Irrigation, we do some flame weeding as part of our no-till management. And Harper, our oldest, who doesn't like to play with fire, right? Here's just there you go. We got a tractor last fall. I don't know how I lived without it. You really, in the vegetable business, you're just moving produce from one spot to another, right? And irrigation lines. This is my irrigation cart I designed just so I can put everything away organized at the end of the year. Smart farm innovations. This is something that we needed for security, for monitoring our coolers.
Then we also added, they have a doorbell now because of our farm stand. We have the farm stand staffed during the summer when because we have students who work there, but this time of year, it's just us. So during CSA, we have other helpers, but during the regular day, we don't. So we have a doorbell, and then it will let us know when a customer comes and we can go out there. So Smart Farm Innovations has been a great tool for us too.
Yeah, setting wireless up and all that stuff. So it actually works every time, all time, most of the time. So one of the things we thought we wanted to share is just the top CSA tips. As Julie and I sat reflecting and preparing for this talk, what is some of our key takeaways? Number one,
as we've said,
on-farm pickup. Like, my goal has always been just to not leave the farm, and we've almost accomplished that. We're dropping all our drop sites.
Well, we have like 5% of our customers in a drop site about 25 minutes away, and we've told them this is the last season, and some of them have already moved to the farm for their pickup. So. The only way that drop site works right now is because my parents bring it there. So again, if something isn't making money, time to drop it, but go on.
Yeah. The 2-week and 4-week rule. So what I mean by this is when we add a new vegetable, say that's like kohlrabi, something weird, right? We're going to offer it for a minimum of 2 weeks. The first week people might hear about it, consider taking it. And then the second week they might take it, or the first week they take it and then they want it again. They want to try it again.
And with this, we're giving them eating ideas and cooking ideas.
Yeah. A lot of interaction on our private Facebook group for the CSA. That's Julie monitors and does all that. And then the 4-week rule, that if we're going to have an item, it's going to be not more than 4 weeks unless it's like spinach or salad greens that we've learned through our surveys. People want it every single time. I mean, we are known for our greens. And so that's kind of the flip side of that. And what we've really learned is typically the CSA can be thought of as a way to get a lot of bulk produce cheaply, or as a way to save money. And that's how it's often sold by farmers. And I think that's a mistake, because what we've learned is that it's not volume or dollar value that people really value. Certainly they want a deal, and it is, but it's about the experience. And hopefully that's kind of come through as we've shared. It's about the customer experience of how they feel when they walk away from the farm. So that we always keep that in our mind, and also how they feel when they're using their vegetables. And ideally, they're never wasting their vegetables. That is further common in the CSA world. And the number one reason why CSA customers stop coming is because they feel like they're wasting produce. So I think we've been able to not have that happen to a large degree.
Yeah, so the way we give our customers that experience is, like I said, we give them recipes. We do that primarily through our farm blog. And then now that we have the commercial kitchen too, every time we introduce a new recipe, which of course we're using produce from their CSA, we have samples when they come for distribution. So we have samples almost every week of something. And I'll give an example of the green smoothie,
Mm.
which people who don't care for vegetables,
If you're not a foodie,
right, that why would I drink that? Or like, people, another question is, how do I get my kids to eat vegetables? So we did these green smoothie samples. And now we have kids who come every week to the farm and their parents buy them a green smoothie that we have already made.
in fact, they demand that their parents, they'll even bring their own money.
Yeah, so that's been really fun for us. But we do that with all kinds of things. And then so they have the recipe, they have the eating experience, and then they have the produce. So it's this multi-pronged approach to get them eating their vegetables and actually tasting it to think, oh, now I can do this at home.
Yeah, we live in meat and potato country. Like many of you in the rural Midwest, it's meat and potatoes, and sweet corn is a vegetable.
Yeah.
Considered a vegetable.
And then, as Dan mentioned, we have this private CSA Facebook group. This is where we post announcements, practical things, but our customers post how they're using, and they share how they're using their vegetables. We do challenges in here, like we just finished up our daily greens challenge, where our customers are challenged to eat 1 cup of greens a day. They share how they're doing it. There was a kids cooking challenge component, and then they get prizes at the end. And again, Corinna Bench from Shared Legacy was the one who I learned about doing these challenges from, and it has been so important to our farm and to that group. And we even have people who pay just to be part of the group, which again, from Corinna gave that idea, and I thought, no way are people going to pay to be part of this group. Yeah, they do. So if you can run a really good private Facebook group for your CSA members, that's another way to add value. And then they want to be part of your CSA. So your customer retention goes up.
I've always said people don't really want vegetables. In fact, most people hate vegetables, but what people do want is they want community. They want to feel like they belong and are part of something that's bigger than them. And the farm ag context is perfect for that.
Yeah. And especially for people who have, they're trying to eat better, and it's hard to do that on your own. And you join this community, we're like, oh, we're all eating these vegetables this week.
It's cool to do it.
And these kids are eating them this way. Well, maybe my kids will eat them that way. So, yeah. And then the other thing we've done that we know adds value to our CSA customers is offering other items. And this, again, came from our customers. Like, hey, can you start carrying coffee? Like, I want to get coffee that you recommend. Can you carry meat? So we are very careful who we source our goods from. They're all from people, almost all from Indiana. We have one, our greens and beans come from Michigan, but they're from farms we visited, farms we believe in. And it adds value because when they come to us, they're like, I can get multiple things all at once. And then that includes things from our commercial kitchen. We make soups, salads, smoothies, granola. Everything's gluten-free. Everything tastes good. And everything is seasonal. Our menu is changing weekly based on what's in season. So yeah, and that's, again, brought in new people who they're like, I wouldn't eat vegetables, but oh, I guess I'll try this soup. And then it's like, well, maybe I will eat vegetables. So because one of our main goal is to just provide good food to this community that we live in. And that's another way to do that.
Yeah. I mean, I guess we never said our mission is to provide the veggies you need and love. And I think these are the ways in which that's bearing out and happening. Okay. Another tip. And I think especially with COVID, when we started packaging stuff and it took like a day and a half to package all that stuff. I mean, it was a nightmare. Oh, I hated that. So I feel for you, farmers markets, people that have to package stuff. So what we do on our line, since everyone's coming in here largely, we've been able to limit the packaging and to limit our packing labor. So here's a picture on the left. There's a tote of greens. That tote was what we spun dry and then put the greens in there, and it comes right out of the cooler, sits on the line, and then there's a scale with a bigger bin and some tongs. And people often bring their own container, or we do provide bags there if needed, but a lot learned, just bring a Tupperware, and then it saves them work at home too.
But for years we bagged the greens.
Yeah.
And then between our own desire to get rid of single-use plastic and our customers saying, hey, We don't want this plastic. You know, moving to this was both our drive and customer drive, and it is a game changer for us.
Yeah, because in the leaning up of having to do tasks that don't really bring value, it's just priceless. And then the idea of take a pint, instead of pinting up all the radishes or potatoes, why not just put a pint out there and people can do it themselves, right? Like
it is a quart, just in
oh, that's
case
a quart.
anyone's wondering.
Yeah, sorry.
But yeah, we just have customers do that, and a lot of them don't even want to take those pints home. They'll just put the potatoes in it, dump the potatoes in their bag. So they have the same idea. We do not want a bunch of packaging we're taking home.
Right. So here's what our line looks like. We like on Monday afternoons, we have 3 lines that all look the same. So we can move people through because it is a fairly small space.
And just we do distribution Monday afternoons and then Thursday and Saturday mornings.
Mm-hmm.
Go on.
So the single option, so if it's just like winter carrots or potatoes, you know, there's a sign that if you're a large, medium, or small share. And there's a check-in sheet for people to check in their names, and it reminds them what share they are, because I'm certainly not going to remember. And then there's the choice option box. So let's say we have not quite enough, you know, radish or beets, or it's kind of the end of the harvest time for them, or people tend to get overwhelmed by that item, or not everyone wants an item. You just put 3 items in a box and you get to pick one.
So again, through our survey, we've learned that people want these items in their CSA share, scallions, beets, radishes, but not everyone does. And so these are things that we've made it where you can choose which one you want, just to give that customizable option to the customer without us having to, you know, use the system to customize, use an online system.
Right. And the flip side being, if you had a whole box of beets out there and the sign, if it was a single option item for beets, people would feel obligated to take it, right? Because that's just what happens, I think, in the mentality of going through a CSA line. You just feel like you have to take it. And then it sits in their fridge and goes to waste, right? So this gives our customers the option to say no. I think you have to give that in some way. The other third kind of thing we've developed is the split option. So this is particularly where if there's not a lot of an item, and we want to save space on the line, peppers. We can just create a pepper box. We create a tomato box. We have what other boxes have we done? I'm trying to think. But it just makes it so that people can pick if we don't have enough of an item without having to say, okay, those with the last name of A through P will get it this week, and then people next week will get it.
Yeah, trying to make it as easy as possible for the customer to go through the line quickly and have choice.
Mm-hmm.
And then we also do this exchange box. The sign explains it. Is there a veggie that's not your favorite? And then you put it in the box and take something else out instead. So with the exchange box, we start each distribution by putting some things in it because you have to have something to start with. And then people trade in and out. And this has actually become a good tool for us too, to learn like, hey, I think people are sick of whatever. They're sick of turnips because the whole exchange box is turnips by the end of the distribution time. So that helps us kind of gauge where the customer's at too. Yeah,
the other week, I think there was a bunch of scallions, and I looked back at the records and realized, oh, we've done scallions for 3 weeks in a row. And there's a bunch of scallions in the exchange. Okay,
yeah,
let's skip a week of scallions. So yeah. Okay, so back to kind of thinking about balance on the farm. Now we talked about some specifics of how we do things. You know, do you have a farm life balance? Do you really feel that you have that in your life?
And the reason we ask this is because, you know, clearly we believe really strongly in the CSA model. We think this is a great way to get people their food. But it is a ton of work, physical energy, emotional energy. And if you don't have this balance, it's going to be really hard to give your customers a pleasant CSA experience because you're going to be tired and burnt out. So just to put context, why are we asking this question? We want to see CSA farms. We want to see that kind of model continue because we think it works really well, getting people their food.
Right. And I think dividing our roles separately is really important. And so some farms that I worked on, the spouse wasn't involved at all. So it was just, one person managing, and
which was fine. Like
Yeah.
they figured out that one person did not want to be involved in the farm. And for me, there was a time where I really did not want to do the farm. And it was when I was harvesting, like waiting for the spinach to thaw so I could go out at 33 degrees and hand pick spinach after getting one of our kids down for a nap. No, like I was getting so angry. And at one point just said to Dan, like, I'm going to choose our marriage over the farm. So this isn't working for me. I don't want to do this anymore. What do I want to do if I'm going to be involved on the farm? I want to do community building. I want to do education. I want our family to be able to have dinner together and to do bedtime together. And of course, there's times where one of us has to do that. But, we have Friday nights totally off. We watch a movie. We do pizza and movie. And by that, I mean, we still have to cover things in the winter. But our kids know that. We do a Sunday night meeting for our personal, talking about our goals for the week. We do a Wednesday morning meeting where we talk about what's happening on the farm this week. So we, have these systems in place where Dan does the growing, I do the, sales, marketing, education. And then there are these spaces where they can come together, and because they have to come together for us to deliver the vegetables to our customers.
Yeah, I think that Sunday night meeting is so critical. Like we sit down, and there's that corner picture there. We have our planners and the way, we organize things personally. And we talk about what were the wins for the week? What were our challenges? And then also, okay, who's the lead parent Monday afternoon when I have a bunch of planting to do, or you're in the farm stand managing CSA distribution.
Yeah, so anytime we have CSA distribution, Dan's the lead parent, because that's my prime time I'm managing a lot of systems at that time. And then he tries to be available to also talk to members, which when he's out with the kids and they're out with their kids, then that works together. But of course, it doesn't always work perfectly. And we still have to work through arguments and challenges and all that good stuff.
Yes, we certainly do argue, but we've mitigated a lot of those by having space to know who's responsible for what.
Yeah.
Another thing we do with the CSA is we built in 3 weeks off during the main busy seasons.
Right. So right as the kids get out of school, that first week of June, and that's between our spring and summer seasons, we take a week off and we go camping. And then between summer and fall, that's the first 2 weeks of September, we, and this is completely closing. We close the farm stand, the kitchen, the CSA. September is very busy for Dan planting, but we did get 2 days away for us during this past September. And when Dan suggested doing a winter CSA, I was very resistant. And so we started building in these breaks during the season, and we have breaks within the winter CSA. There's nothing happening during the holidays. We're completely gone during Thanksgiving. There's no customer interaction during Christmas and New Year's, which has been really important for us, again, to be like, we can do this CSA thing while still, being our own household and people.
Right, exactly. Yep. No, that's been really, and it seems impossible, right?
30.
Oh, it is
better wrap
10:30.
it up.
Okay, well, we are almost done here. Look at that. So our next challenging question is, what's next for you as you think about where your farm's going? Maybe it's nothing. Maybe you're exactly where you want to be. You're fully balanced, and you're just humming along beautifully.
For us, our goal was to get to 200 families, and we just did that this fall, which we're really excited about. That is our end goal for the CSA, based on the land we have and our the other things that we grow for, like retail and wholesale. So that's exciting. We want to keep our high retention rate, between 75 and 85% CSA retention. We added Harvest Host, which is something we heard about through Michael Kirkpatrick's podcast. That's been so good for us. We have RVs come through the farm. We host, again, boundaries. We host Monday through Friday. We don't host it all on the weekend. If you're looking for a way to bring in more income to your farm, check that out.
It's been really critical
Really,
for our,
yeah.
yeah.
And then we added the educational commercial kitchen. That's been great. It allows us to employ another person in our community with part-time employment. And again, we are like the only really healthy option for grab and go food or fast food, if you will, in our community. So that's been really great.
And
too.
picture this, fellow farmers. Imagine that you have no waste on your farm. Like, it's a great year for tomatoes. We didn't waste. I mean, we hardly waste anything because seconds, stuff that looks kind of ugly, we can freeze and process, excess spinach, peppers,
Yeah.
cherry tomatoes. We can start dehydrating things. And then that labor isn't just, oh, maybe we'll use it. It's like, it's going into soup stock. It's going into farm products that we sell like that.
And so again, that's become a whole nother separate business. And
Right.
there's a ton of planning and work that goes into that. You have to ask, do I want to do that? Do I have the energy for that? And we did somehow, and that's what it's been good.
We hired people to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess just to, wrap it up, coming back to those questions, why do you farm?
And what do you want your farm's impact to be?
And we're hoping that just by sharing our challenges and tips and our infrastructure, our farm journey, that we can just provide one more story for how we make the small farm work.
So thank you all for your time, attention, and service to small scale agriculture. And I mean, Ohio State Extension, just all the folks out there involved. It is our firm belief that small farms are the future and that each farm is a powerful force for positive change. Press on, fellow small farm friends, as we all become co-creators with the ecology of our farms and our communities. We become builders and caretakers of those communities that we live in and provide the food on the plates of our neighbors and friends. So get gritty, get growing, and continue with great gumption for the rest of 2021, because it's almost over, and then into 2022.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dan and Julie. What an inspiration the two of you are. And so we do have time for questions here. So I would encourage you all to help give Dan and Julie a virtual round of applause at the little reaction button at the bottom of your screen, as well as, of course, typing any questions into the chat box, or you are welcome to unmute yourself and ask your questions directly. We've saved the last half hour or so here specifically for questions and answers, as well as some things that we're going to talk about for the coming year. But seeing lots of great, awesome presentation. Can you guys see the chat box now, Dan? I guess one question that I would have too, that we did have earlier today, while we're waiting on other folks to type into the chat box or unmute themselves, is there a specific trend that you've noticed since COVID, since the pandemic kind of impacted everything? Is there anything in particular specifically related to those changes with COVID that your customers are really wanting now?
I feel like during COVID, there was that like real, like almost like an anxious new customer sign up for CSA. Like, I've never thought about where my food comes from. And now I'm thinking about it. I don't get that same sense anymore this year, but I do feel like there's a higher sense of maybe the customers appreciate what we're doing more, or loyalty.
Mm-hmm.
And even like understanding we just wrote a new blog post called "Can I Afford a CSA Share?" because our CSA share is going to go up significantly this coming year as supplies go up and our labor costs have gone up, and just the continued support from our customers, which I don't know if that's because of COVID. I feel like that was there beforehand, but we certainly have new people who I think did sign up because of COVID and then have stayed with us.
Great. I also have another question here. What books or websites did you reference to start and grow your CSA? And I don't know if you guys want to type those in the chat box or if you want to email those to me, and then we'll send that out to everybody with a follow-up email here.
I mean, for me, like my biggest, I'll put her name in the notes in the chat box there, but as the marketer, my biggest influence has been Corinna Bench, My Digital Farmer. Yeah, she changed everything for how I thought about marketing in a good way.
Specifically to a CSA too.
Specifically to a CSA. She's got great resources, a podcast and a website, and that has been amazing for me.
Yeah, and I think from a grower's perspective, you know, since we are essentially doing market gardening, you know, JM Forte out of Quebec, Ben Hartman out of Goshen, Indiana with the Lean Farmer. He has 2 books out. He has online course as well. I've done some components of that. There's just so many resources in terms of growing and like specifically how you're growing. You know, if you're in an urban setting, Curtis Stone is a really good one there. He has a YouTube and a book. More than anything, those books were important for me, not necessarily from a technical standpoint, although they were, but more like an inspirational, like, this is possible. Like, this isn't just if you have a big bank account, you can make this work, but like you can make a good living from this, types of resources. And then Chris Blanchard,
Farmer to
Farmer podcast. He passed away, unfortunately, but you know, he was hugely influential on me.
The Thriving Farmer, Michael Kilpatrick.
Yep. And No-Till Growers, Farmer Jesse Frost. He has a book out that's really critical, I think, in terms of how we grow regeneratively in a market garden system. What else? Yeah, those are kind of the big ones.
Yeah.
That's a great list there, and appreciate you sharing those with everyone. Also, another comment here, you may have mentioned it, but with market style and staying on the farm, how do you use or sell or donate leftover produce that won't make it to the next pickup?
That's a great question. I'll start with the donation part, and the donations is actually not so much what we do with leftover produce, but it is how we, in our CSA, if someone can't pick up their produce, they can send someone in their place, they can skip, or they can donate. And if they ask us to donate, we keep that on a spreadsheet, and then once a month, our local food pantry will take donations. So we tally up the dollar amount of everybody who donated. And then we look at like, well, what extra produce do we have this week that we know people at a food pantry would eat? So we're not going to send something weird. It will be like your classic vegetables. And then one of our CSA members works at the food pantry. So she'll come Friday afternoon. We'll have everything ready for her, and then she'll bring it to the food pantry for Saturday morning. So that's how we do donations. And it's also, again, I think really good for CSA retention. People don't want to feel like they're wasting, so they can't come. They donate it. We make sure someone gets their produce. As far as extra produce throughout the week, Dan, at this point, I feel like we have very little of that because of the way
we run a tight ship because our production is so consistent. And we've dialed things in, like maybe 2 or 3 pounds of greens at the end of the CSA week have to go in the compost pile because I harvest a little too extra.
And because our restaurant accounts fluctuate, like if they have a slow week, you know, they're not going to take what they took on a normal week. Right. But then like Dan said, with the kitchen, when we had all those tomatoes, well, we roasted and froze, you know, 100 pounds or probably more of tomatoes that we are now using in our soups, and we'll use all winter to sell the prepared food.
Yeah, I think because we've grown so slow over the years, we haven't had to go from like, you know, a 1/4 acre production to like 1 1/4 acre in 1 year. It's just been adding one 60 by 100 plot every year as we expand, and just, really specifically looking at our crop list.
Great. Have another question here I thought was interesting too. Curious about how you have diversified your farm and operations. For example, the farm stand, commercial kitchen, and the harvest host. If you have had any issues, challenges related to local zoning, and how you have worked with your local planning, zoning administration. Also, how do you see agritourism as an opportunity for continued farm diversification and income generation?
Yeah.
Do the zoning part.
Yeah, really good question. So when I worked as a crop advisor for the Soil and Water District in the county, I was very familiar with all the people in the zoning department, and we are a very rural county. So our rules are relatively lax, I guess, or simple. And it was, the commercial kitchen was the hardest part, because basically we were like, well, we're not having deep fat fryers. We're not like, we don't need a full grease trap and all that kind of stuff. But in the end, the easiest thing was just to say, yep, we're a restaurant. Like, we're building a restaurant. And so then we just met the requirements for that. And then they made some exceptions, like, oh, you don't have fryers. Okay, you only need a really small grease trap, but you do need a commercial septic system that's fully engineered. Okay, that costs a lot of money. So were there some hangups and headaches? Yes, but.
Well, and then this past year, we got just the acre the farm stand is on rezoned for, what is it, Ag 4 or Ag retail?
Because you can have a farm stand, open less than 6 months out of the year and not be rezoned. But what we were doing is having that farm stand and winter CSA. Once we added that, they were like, well, technically you're open past that, you need to rezone. And so they were gracious enough to allow some time to do that.
We stayed in communication basically the whole time. We let them know what we were doing. They gave us guidance, and that has worked really well for us. So,
and it protects ourselves too. Like, we have great neighbors, but if as the area gets developed, we've now been zoned that we're protected from being, classified as residential, and then we have to shut our business down or something like that.
And then along with this, it's not necessarily zoning, but insurance. So anytime we add a new component to our farm, we check with our insurance agent, and they add whatever we need to our policy so that we're covered, because we had to, adding a kitchen, we had to add things to our insurance policy for that. And that is absolutely related to the agritourism part. We have a very small group of customers here. They're committed, but they're small. And to try and run the grab and go soups and salads, the harvest host, those people they've been traveling, so they buy soups and salads. Like, we would have a hard time making it work without the agritourism part there.
40% of the kitchen sales were to harvest.
That could be. I think it's maybe a little less than that. And we haven't explored like adding a delivery option yet, because we just haven't gotten there. But the next thing we're looking at for agritourism is farm stay, because above our farm stand, we have a whole living space with bathroom, shower. It's really cute up there. We've had families stay there and friends, but we've had a lot of people suggest we Airbnb it, which might be in the future, but I think we're going to explore farm stay first, because we really like that idea of getting people who want to be on a farm and like want to experience volunteering on a farm, working on a farm, being involved in agriculture. So that's a winter project to explore that.
Great. Well, thank you again so much. It's been great information. We really appreciate you taking the time. Again, everyone, if you could take a moment and give Dan and Julie a virtual applause, we would, again, appreciate your time and the great information. And of course, we will share more of your website information so that if folks want to follow up with you after the fact, they'll be able to do that as well. So thank you very much. I will
you.
also say that Anna put in the chat box a link to the evaluation. I think it's like 12 questions or something. It wouldn't take too long for you to complete that. But that really does help us planning future events. And so if you could take the time to click on that link and complete that evaluation, we'd certainly appreciate that. Also, I want to mention, since we started talking about agritourism and farm stays, that is something that our direct marketing team here at OSU is very involved with. As a matter of fact, we have a monthly video that we call our Marketing Matters production, and it'll go out this Thursday, will be about farm stays. And of course, it's Ohio specific. But of course, there are legal aspects that you have to think about. So we can include that link in our follow-up email as well. I also want to thank Purdue University, Michigan State University, and our partners with SARE, our SARE state representatives, for working so diligently to help put this virtual conference together. And please include your feedback on that evaluation. We are planning for a conference for 2022, and it's still kind of up in the air on when and where. We're hoping that your feedback can help direct us so that it is most useful for you. So with that, I want to say thank you all for joining us. We have about 10 minutes left if there are more questions that folks would like to ask, or if you want to just unmute yourself and have some discussion. We have a few minutes to do that if you would like. And for those of you that need to jump off and get on to other things, again, thank you for attending on behalf of Ohio State University, Michigan State University, and Purdue University. We're happy that you joined us today, and we'll look forward to seeing you in 2022.